There you are! I found you!
Hello, Elise. Are you here for another game? What'll it be today? Not another game of tag, right? I trounced you yesterday.
Oh, you're getting overconfident. Well, today I thought we'd play hide and seek.
Hide and seek it is. I look forward to another effortless victory.
Yeah, keep on bragging. I'm not gonna lose today.
Very well, you can hide first. I'll start counting.
Here I go. No peeking.
Now, where did she get off to? Maybe in here? Nope, not here either. Hey, Elise, I'm still gonna find you. I've been at this all day. Leanna's gonna be mad, but I can't just surrender. Elise, I'm still coming for you.
You still can't find me? Why don't you just give up?
I can hear her voice, but where is she? All right, I give up. You win, okay? Come on out.
Yay! Now we're tied.
There you are. Where in the world did you go?
Wouldn't you like to know?
All right. I've admitted defeat. You don't have to rub it in. So, come on. Tell me where you were hiding.
You're not gonna like it. But I was hiding behind you the whole time.
What? You can't be serious.
I'm kind of an expert at hide and seek. I've got other tricks up my sleeve, too.
Ooh, other tricks. Teach them to me. Maybe I can use them in battle.
I don't know. If I teach you everything, will you still want to play again?
Of course. I can't go out on such a humiliating loss. Once you teach me your tricks, it'll be a fair matchup, won't it?
I suppose that's true. All right, I'll do it. So, the ultimate hide-and-seek move is to disguise yourself as a different person.
Then you'd be able to hide in plain sight. That's genius.
Thanks. Now there's something I want you to teach me. How to run faster. Because then it'll be a fair matchup when we play tag, too.
Well, okay, but I have to warn you. It involves training.
I don't care. I just want to be faster. Promise that you'll coach me?
Of course. Let's get together and start training tomorrow.
Yay! I'm gonna get so fast. Just you wait and see.
Oh! Celica! Oh, you scared me.
Sorry. I didn't mean to. You were so focused I didn't want to interrupt.
Sneaking up on people while they're training is dangerous.
You didn't hurt yourself, did you?
No, I'm fine. Is there something you want to ask me?
I was just wondering, how come you're always training so hard?
I'm gonna be a knight, and a knight's gotta be strong, right?
But that means you'll have no choice except to march into battle.
So, that's kind of the point. It's our duty to fight.
So, the more battles you win, the more dangerous they'll become.
I'm not afraid, Celica. I can't protect anyone if I don't fight. Besides, I'm strong in body and mind. I can stand up to any foe.
I guess you're right. I'm sorry, I'm just worried about you.
Why is that?
You remind me of a childhood friend. His name is Alm. He was always very brave, even when we were children. But once he became strong enough, he cast himself into war. Our opposing views led to an argument, and I said something terrible to him. I couldn't stop him from fighting, so I lost him as a friend. That can't happen to you.
You're worried I'll push the people close to me away? I won't let that happen.
How can you be so sure?
Because of my sister. She can be kind of bossy, but she's cautious. She's always complaining to me about, well, me, but I know she'll stop me if I try to do something reckless. It's in those moments I realize that she complains because she cares.
You trust your sister to look out for you, but what about when she's not around?
That's when my friends are there for me. They're sure to set me straight. For example, I know I can count on you.
How do you know that?
You came to talk to me because you're worried. It shows you care. So I'll be fine no matter where I am or who I'm with, especially if it's you.
Okay, if I'm by your side, promise me something. If I warn you you're being reckless, you'll stop and think it through. I don't want war to get in the way of our friendship like it did with Alm.
You got it, Celica. It's a promise. If I'm ever about to do something stupid, just let me know. And in return, I'll become strong enough to protect everyone.
Thank you. I'll remember your promise. Oh, hello, Crom. Good work out there today.
You too, Azura. You must be tired. You always throw yourself into the thick of it.
Oh, do you think?
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Oh, I don't mean to insult you. I just mean, how can I put this? Well, you're a real asset out there on the battlefield, is what I'm saying.
Well, that's...
What I really mean to say is that I respect your fighting, and, sorry.
Oh, no, it's perfectly all right. I'm not upset. I'm sorry to make you think so. It's just... I wasn't sure how to respond. I couldn't quite find the words. I've never made much of an effort to talk with people, so I'm not that great at it.
I see. I can relate, to be honest. I'm not the best conversationalist either, so I can fall short there as well.
Well, then, maybe we should just pick a topic that we can both discuss easily.
Yes, I think that's a fine idea. What should we talk about?
Well...
Maybe... Did you think of something to talk about?
No, sorry. I was just thinking how funny it is we're failing at having a conversation. I guess we're both just more comfortable on the battlefield.
That may be the case. In battle, you must rely on your instincts. You don't have time to overthink your next move. Your mind must be clear. But when it comes time to socialize...
I know what you mean. It's like my body moves on its own on the battlefield. Even the most complicated orders flow from my mouth with no effort at all.
It's as if we're made for battle. Less so for conversation.
Well, either way, I want to thank you. You made an honest effort to talk to me, and I appreciate that. You even settled on a topic, and you chatted with your usual battle intensity.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
But it's true. I avoided conversations because I'm not very good at them. But if you're passionate about something, you must put it into words. It's especially important to talk with your allies. You helped me realize that.
Though, maybe it's best to not pluck random topics from thin air as we did. You should find something that's easy to talk about and build a rapport from there. I'd like to build such a rapport with you, Azura. We should talk again soon. But maybe we can each pick a few topics ahead of time.
Oh, that's a great idea, Crom. I look forward to our next conversation.
Leanna, is something wrong?
Corin! No, it's nothing.
Really? Because it didn't sound like nothing.
I guess I'm just a little preoccupied.
What's on your mind?
It's no big deal. It's just, I feel like my brother and I are so inexperienced. You're all fighting this war for our kingdom, and we're barely helping.
How can you say that? You two are clearly giving this your all.
We are, but our abilities pale in comparison to everyone else's.
Of course you feel like underachievers. Look who's on your team. Oh, that came out wrong, didn't it? I just mean, don't compare yourself to others. Because the strength of your allies is your strength too.
You think? I know I should be grateful that you all are here in the first place. I just can't help but wonder what would have happened if you weren't.
Let me ask you this. Do you think our being sent here was simply coincidence?
What do you mean?
Every decision you've made, every action you've taken has led to this very moment. I don't think the fact that we're fighting together is a coincidence at all. Your will is what set our fates in motion. We're here because of you.
You really believe that, Corin?
Of course I do. There is a drawback, however. Our time together will, unfortunately, be brief.
I know.
I really wish we could be here to see how everything turns out in your kingdom. But only you and your brother can carve out its future. I know deep in my heart that you will succeed. You're getting stronger every day. Your kingdom will thrive under your leadership.
Thank you, Corin. I'll do my best.
I feel so silly talking to you like this. I'm hardly in a position to give advice. There's a lot I could learn from you and your brother.
What could you possibly have to learn from us?
Don't laugh. You may not always get along, but you have each other's respect. I hope that in the future, Nor and Hoshido can coexist in the same way.
I'm sure you'll make it happen. Everyone in your families loves you so much.
Oh, I know. They won't let me forget it. But I appreciate your confidence in me.
And yours in me.
Leanna, you're wounded. Please, let me take a look at your leg.
No, it's nothing. I fought with injuries much worse than this.
Are you sure? It doesn't look like nothing to me.
Truly, I'm fine.
Look at you, you're in pain. Fuss all you like, but I'm going to treat you.
If you insist. I'm sorry to be so much trouble.
Yes, this should do the trick. See? There was no need to hide anything.
Thank you. I didn't want to be a bother, that's all.
A bother? Why would you think that?
Did you see me out there today? Fighting alongside everyone else? I was useless. The only thing I managed to achieve was this injury.
And so you were just going to sit here and suffer through it? You can't do that.
I know. I'm sorry, Sakura. I never meant to make you worry. I just didn't want to be even more of a burden on everyone, and...
But you aren't a burden at all. Nobody thinks so. Everyone's really impressed by how you communicate out on the battlefield. And people around here aren't known for their generous praise. So chin up.
Thank you, Sakura. You've made me feel a whole lot better.
Really? I'm glad to hear it.
I don't know what I, or any of us for that matter, would do without you. It's reassuring to know that you're out there with us, ready to heal our wounds.
You're so sweet. I hope this means you won't be hiding any more injuries. At least, not from me. I know a thing or two about pretending to be brave.
What do you mean?
I understand why you'd want to hide your wounds from the others.
You do?
Of course. I'm surrounded by all this strength and sense of duty. I'm always worried that I won't be able to keep up. Just like you.
Sakura, you aren't just saying this to make me feel better, are you?
No. I just thought you should know we have more in common than you think.
Please, I wish I were as kind as you, or as thoughtful. Talking to you always puts me at ease. I'm sure everyone else feels the same.
You're making me blush. But thank you for your kind words. Now you're making me feel better.
Then I guess it was a good thing that we had this chance to talk. Maybe it was fortunate I tripped over that rock.
Hey, Hinoka, come play with me. Sorry, I'm heading out to train. You can join me if you like. What? Don't you know it's a day off? Playing is just as important as training. If your body doesn't rest, neither will your mind. You forget we're from two different kingdoms. We can't be friends. I didn't forget. What would be wrong with becoming friends? There's no reason we can't get along and play together. Well, even if we were friends, I don't know any games anyway. I've spent my whole life training to rescue Korin from Nor. Is it the idea of playing with a Norian you can't get over? If that's the problem, the only solution is to do it and see that it's not so bad. Why do you want to play with me so much anyway? There are other people. But I want to be friends with you. Fine, all right. What do you want to play? Well, I won't stand a chance if we play tag. I read about a Hoshiden game that sounds fun. Do you know, origami? You mean origami? It's not really a game, but I know a little. Yeah, that's it! You can make all sorts of things out of paper. I want to make a bird. I can teach you how to make a crane. Like this? Ah, I'm done! Pretty good, right? It's a little misshapen. Look at mine. This is how it should look. But the wings on yours are different shapes. I like how mine looks. Well, for this next one, let's compete to see whose looks the best. You're on! Oh, but first, could you show me how to do it right? Hey, wait! I'm supposed to be teaching you, but I'm doing all the learning. Maybe we should do something else?
No, I'm learning plenty. How to just let my mind rest and enjoy something. Corin and I used to do things like this before she was taken. I had forgotten. Our whole family would fold origami together and play all sorts of games.
Huh, so you know how to play after all. You just forgot.
I suppose so. I started training and dreamed of the day we'd all be together. Relaxing with you brought all those childhood memories back. Thank you, Princess Elise. It really feels like my mind is at rest.
I'm the one who should be thanking you. You're really nice. Maybe we can play more from now on. We could fold so many grains. Your wish will come true if you make 1,000, right?
That's right. I'm surprised you know that. Okay, let's try to make 1,000. And let's wish for peace in our world. So we can do this again someday.
But here we... Royal twins. That's quite unusual, isn't it?
You think so? I guess I thought big royal families like yours were more of an oddity.
Yes, there are a lot of us, but we all have different mothers, you know. It's actually a pretty common practice for royal families in my world.
Ah, I see. In Aetolis and Gristone, the king or queen can have only one spouse.
Of course, that's how it is in Nor, too.
Are you saying your mother was the king's mistress?
Don't be so shocked. All our mothers were. Well, except for Xander's.
How do all those mothers live together and still get along?
Get along? How optimistic of you. In Nor, even the children of mistresses have a claim to the throne. So our mothers have always competed for the king's affection.
You mean it's sibling against sibling, all to see who will inherit the throne?
At times it is. I'm sure Aetolis has seen some similar conflict. Still, you are the older sibling. I'd assume the throne is yours to take.
It's complicated. As the older sister, I do have a bit of an advantage. However, in Aetolis, male heirs can be given preference anyway. I'd be relieved to see my brother become king, but he's hesitant.
I've noticed that you two are always encouraging the other to take the throne. To be honest, I'm quite jealous of your situation.
But you and your siblings get along so well. My brother and I are constantly biting each other's head off.
It doesn't seem that way to me. Maybe you fight because you're willing to be honest with each other.
Maybe. Well, I'm jealous too. I've always wanted an older brother or sister.
You can have Xander if you want. I'm just kidding. We all like one another, you know, in our own special ways.
How could you not? You're all so wonderful. Even you, Leo. That's why I just can't believe it when you say you're all in competition.
Things weren't always so great between the children of the King of Nor. You could learn a thing or two about palace intrigue just from the stories. But I'll spare you that. It really doesn't seem like something you'd need here.
Are you trying to protect me? So there is a tiny speck of kindness and warmth under that cold exterior.
Is that how you see me? Actually, I'll take that as a compliment. I hope we have another chance to talk again soon, Leanna. I'd like to hear more about Aetolis and your cooperative ways.
Of course. I'm sure there's a lot we can learn from each other.
Hey, Xander, look at those rabbits. I think they're a family.
Where? Oh, I see them. I don't think I ever saw those in Nor.
Oh, and look at the plumage on that bird. Remarkable.
Well, it seems you're becoming quite the naturalist.
I guess you could say that. Or I'm just making up for all those years in Nor. You know, this might sound odd given our situation, but I'm happier than ever. I missed so much being trapped in an ancient fortress.
I feel different here too. That I wasn't confined in Nor like you were. I am happy to see you in such high spirits.
I could say the same thing about you. In Nor, you always looked so dour. Whenever I saw someone with that look, I told them to stop feeling so Xander.
Oof, really? I had no idea. I always thought I was in a reasonably good mood.
You just always seem to be frowning.
Well, I always strove to display an air of dignity. When I was much younger, some visiting dignitaries told me I appeared casual, the implication being that I was not behaving like a firstborn prince.
So, your serious demeanor was a reaction to that? I suppose you also must have been exhausted from all your training.
In fact, that was because I was hurrying to get to your fortress.
You hurried to see me? It wasn't like I was going anywhere.
I know you're teasing, Corin, but it is still a sensitive subject for me.
I'm sorry, Xander. I didn't mean to cross the line. I'm just happy to be able to wander beyond old castle walls. All my life, you were this stern presence. But now, I finally feel like we can have a normal relationship.
You're right. I must relinquish the stoicism I held for so many years.
There's no Nor or Hoshido in this world, Xander. We're free from that conflict and hatred.
I never realized how much that must have weighed on you.
I'm sorry, Xander. It's just that I think we could all stand to lighten up a bit.
By all, I assume you also speak of those from Hoshido.
Yes, absolutely. We should put aside all of our differences, don't you think?
Because it is you asking, I will consider your request.
Thank you, Xander. Shall we get started with a quick visit to the Hoshiden tent?
You're going to need to give me a little time to get used to this.
Oh, come on, brother. What could possibly go wrong?
Great job out there. Are you unharmed?
Yes, I'm fine. What about you?
I'm all right. I'm on my Pegasus for most of the battle, so I don't tire so easily. Huh? What is it?
Nothing. I was just thinking that you're pretty easy to talk to for a princess.
Do I not seem very princessly? Well, my kingdom is a small one and fairly young.
Oh, I didn't mean it like that. You're just friendlier than I thought you'd be. But you mentioned your kingdom. What's it like?
I'm glad you're interested. My kingdom is called Talus. It's one of 7 kingdoms, and it's on an island east of the Archanean continent.
7 kingdoms? And Marth was a prince of Altea?
That's right. Altea was a prosperous kingdom and an ally to Talus. Thanks to that alliance, Marth had a place to escape to when he needed it.
Escape? Why? Did something happen to Altea?
It was conquered in a devastating war. We offered Marth shelter for a time, but in the end, it was he who protected us. Talus was attacked by pirates, and Marth led his knights of Altea to fight back. That is why I offered my support when he raised troops and journeyed out.
Wow, you guys have been through a lot together, haven't you? I'm kind of jealous. My adventuring partner has always just been my brother.
But you two help each other all the time, the way all good siblings would.
But it's totally different from what you two have. We're always fighting. My brother isn't nearly as perceptive as Marth.
Perhaps you only see it that way because your bond allows for complete honesty. In truth, Marth and I have not yet reached that kind of bond.
Oh, so you haven't told Marth how you really feel about him?
I have not. I guess I thought feelings so strong would be obvious.
You'd think, but what would it hurt to be completely honest with him? If you think it works for my brother and me, it should work for you two, right?
Yes, I think you're right. I just need to act honestly. Thank you for the advice. What are you laughing about now?
I'm just surprised, I guess. I've never really had someone to talk to like this.
In that case, can I come to you for advice again?
Of course. I'd be happy to talk about whatever you want.
Do you have a minute, Corin? I've been wanting to talk to you. Tell me, do you believe our choices are really ours to choose?
I'm not sure I follow.
Are our decisions our own, or do you think they're already made for us?
Well, that's a terrifying prospect. What's gotten you thinking about this?
I'm not really sure. I guess the idea of destiny has just been on my mind. And I can't shake the worry that my feelings and impulses aren't my own.
Well, I've always believed that my choices are mine and mine alone. Like, fate is just a series of paths one can take, but it's up to you to decide which. So my future is still guided by will.
Okay, I think I understand what you're saying.
And if some godlike being thinks she can tell me what to do, I'm gonna find her and put an end to her hijinks.
You don't think she'd see it coming? She'd be a god after all.
So it's not a perfect plan. Anyway, what do you believe?
I would like to believe that I do more than just choose a path.
What other option is there?
To build my own. I don't want to be at the center of many ever-branching paths. I want to carve out a single path for myself as I go. In short, I want to be the architect of my own fate.
I can see how that idea might be appealing, but I can't help but believe that my will serves something bigger than myself.
And I can only hope that the opposite is true. I guess choice plays a different role for you than for me. Think about it. I'm a tactician, you're royalty. What can we do but try to play the hands we are dealt?
Nothing, I guess. Though we do agree on one thing, that our decisions have consequences. Your perspective has me thinking, though.
Well, if you're ever in need of a different point of view, I hope you come see me. If there's one thing I'm good at, it's overthinking outcomes.
Excellent. I'll offer you the same service. Maybe I'll convince you to take a pre-made path every once in a while.
I guess that wouldn't be so bad. I look forward to more philosophical debates in our future, Corin.
Me too.
Lynn, is it true that you came to this world all by yourself? You must have been very lonely before you met up with us.
Oh, you don't have to worry about me. I'm used to being alone. That's how I lived back on the plains.
Back on the plains? But I thought you were from a noble family.
Only technically. My mother was from a noble family, but not my father. He was the son of a Lorca chieftain, a nomad. My parents eloped in secret, and I was raised as a simple plains dweller.
Did you have any idea who you were? Or who your mother was?
No, my parents were killed by a group of bandits before they could tell me. After that, the Lorca scattered. And I just lived on my own.
How terrible. I'm sorry for bringing all this up.
It's okay. It happened a long time ago.
But I think it explains a lot.
You mean why I don't act like an average member of the noble class?
Oh no, that's not what I meant at all. It explains your strength, your compassion. You're so, I don't know, true to yourself. Me? I'm always worried about acting like a proper princess or big sister. So I'm constantly second-guessing myself and making mistakes.
I understand. I was a bit bewildered to learn about my family's history. Suddenly, I was part of the nobility. It made me question everything.
You were worried about the same things as me?
I was, at first. Then, on my travels, I met some very dear friends. A reliable tactician, an interesting pair of knights, and a Pegasus knight as well. They called themselves Lindis's Legion. I realized that those friendships define me more than any noble bloodline.
Interesting. It's funny. Just like you have your friends from the Legion, I have all of you. So maybe I should worry less about being a princess and more about being a friend.
Agreed. Things like social status shouldn't matter when among friends. We risk our lives for each other, after all.
That's true. I guess I've been pretty foolish all this time.
Not at all. In fact, you're one of the most genuine people I know. You're also one of the biggest worriers I know, and I love you for that.
Thank you, Lynn. Well, I'll try not to worry quite so much about all this.
Good. You shouldn't. But if you do, you'll still have my friendship.
Excuse me, my lady, but are you doing your own laundry?
Yes, I thought I'd give it a try. It's not going very well.
Is that so? Here, let me have a look. So, with thick clothing, try folding it like this as you rinse.
Ah, that works so much better. It's the first time I've done laundry, I'm afraid. I've always just left it to Flora or Felicia or Camilla if she was visiting. but I thought I should take it upon myself to learn household basics like this.
I take it Flora and Felicia were your retainers?
Actually, they were primarily maids. Strictly speaking, Jacob was my retainer. And I've almost forgotten Gunter, a knight and a mentor of sorts. Yeah, so you can see I'd love to learn how to be a bit more independent.
Well, I'd be happy to share my knowledge with you, Princess Corin.
Great! So what's first?
Well, we could spend a bit more time mastering the art of laundry.
Oh, there's an art to it? Very well. Teach me.
Certainly. Now, stain removal is a key skill for any wartime launderer. Begin by wetting the stain with water, and then pinch and rub it. Go on, give it a try.
Rub the stain with my finger? Like this? It's not doing anything.
Try using your whole hand, like this. You see?
It's harder than it looks. Like this?
Here, let me demonstrate once more. Like this.
Wow, it's already gone. Are you sure you're not using some kind of spell?
Would that I could. No, this is the result of ordinary practice.
All right, let me give it another try with this one. Oh, wait. You've already removed all the stains.
And thus concludes your lesson.
But Frederick, you did it all yourself. I'm not sure I learned anything.
My apologies. The next time you need a stain removed, let's try again.
It's a deal. See you later, Frederick.
Pardon me, my lady, but you've piqued my curiosity. Tell me more of your retainer's duties.
Well, sure. What is it you'd like to know?
Anything. I may be able to teach you something that will surprise them.
Assuming I ever get the hang of your first lesson. But what am I saying? With you as a teacher, I know I'm in good hands. Thanks again, Frederick. I'm really lucky to have a friend like you.
It is my honor to serve you, my lady. Now then, let's find something to stain this garment with and resume our lesson.
Hinoka, you fought wonderfully in that last battle.
Thanks, Lucina. I've always been comfortable in the thick of it.
I can tell. Your Naginata technique is perfect.
That's because I've been training since childhood. I was desperate for strength.
What drove you to train at such an early age?
I was determined to save Corin.
She was in danger? What happened?
When she was much younger, the King of Norse stole her from us. I could have protected her had I been stronger. So I took up the Naginata and swore that I would make things right. But even now that she's back, I cannot become complacent.
You accomplished your goal, didn't you? Surely you deserve a break.
If I let my guard down, I'd be inviting another kidnapping. I'll protect Corin no matter the cost. You're pretty strong yourself, Lucina. What drives you?
I had no choice. I wouldn't have survived otherwise. My world was on the verge of destruction in the face of a powerful enemy. Every battle saw us driven back. I lost many friends, and then my father.
Crom died in your world?
I couldn't believe it either. Even now, it's painful to think about. That's why I needed to be stronger than the others. So I could lead my friends in a world of despair and save my father in the past.
You faced something that would break most people, and you overcame it.
I finally met my father in this world, and yet, I still haven't changed my fate.
It sounds like your fight has only just begun.
In a way it has. My father, and the world I come from, I will save them both.
With comrades to help you, and your own obvious strength. I believe in you, Lucina. If anyone can defy fate, it's you.
Thank you, Hinoka. It makes me glad to know you have faith in me. It means a lot coming from someone as strong as you. There's no doubt in my mind you'll be able to protect Corin from here on.
As long as I remain diligent.
Me too. And I think we both can do it.
Working together, we're unstoppable.
Your dragon form is a real thing of beauty, Tiki.
Thanks. Yours is pretty cool too. It's kind of cute.
That's the first time I've heard that. But I guess it's a fair compliment. Thanks.
You're welcome. I'm so glad there's another dragon here with me.
Your dragon form is a lot stronger than mine, though.
Well, you're strong even as a human. I'm pretty jealous of that. I'm kind of useless without my dragonstone. I need Mama and the others to protect me when I'm like this.
You have a point. I haven't seen you using weapons or magic. But you're still just a child, so they can't expect that much of you.
Hey, don't call me a child. You know I'm older than you are.
Sorry, I guess I forgot.
I wonder, do you think you'll age like other humans?
That's how things have been going so far.
Ugh, I'm so jealous of that too.
Well, I'm envious of how long you've lived.
Why is that? Every friend I make, they'll die way before I do.
That may be the case. But if you hadn't lived for this long, you and I would have never met. You may say goodbye to a lot of people, but you also meet so many.
Yeah. The only reason I met Mama was because I've lived so long. And you, of course. I'm glad to have met you too.
That's my point exactly. If it weren't for our differences, things may not have worked out this way.
I'll do my best to treasure the moments I do have with my friends.
That's a great outlook. You really are a clever girl.
Hey, you're treating me like a kid again.
Oh, I can't help it. You're just so cute in this form. It's easy to think of you as a little sister.
Do you think we look alike or something?
Not really. But if I've learned one thing, it's that blood ties mean nothing. I consider you as important as any of my siblings.
So that means we can be friends from now on, right?
Of course. Anytime you want to talk, just come to me.
All right, I've got my vulnerary, spare gauntlets, everything I need.
Princess Hinoka, you should leave this preparation work to me.
Frederick, you want to pack my travel bag? Go for it.
Thank you, milady. I must say, you did seem to be doing an admirable job. But isn't this the sort of thing you'd usually delegate to a retainer?
You haven't met Izama and Setsuna. Neither of them are really cut out for this kind of work.
Well, what work do they handle? Surely your laundry at the very least.
It's easier to do my own than it is to constantly save Setsuna from drowning.
Drowning? In the act of doing laundry? Surely you jest.
I wish. If there's any danger in a task, she will discover it.
But what of all the cleaning and tidying? Please tell me you're not doing it all.
Of course I do. I prefer my things to be cleaned rather than broken to bits. And that's a best-case scenario if Setsuna is doing the work. Now, Izama is a bit more careful and does a solid job. But he berates me the whole time. And he's annoyingly accurate.
This is unbelievable. Should I meet this fool, I will teach him some respect.
Believe me, it's easier to just do everything myself.
I never could have imagined you were in such a dire situation. No wonder you are so adept at these menial tasks. Your hand has been forced.
The thing is, I wouldn't trade those two for anyone else.
How can you say that? What possible value can they offer?
Well, despite their quirks, they're plenty capable on the battlefield. It might seem to be an odd arrangement, but it works for us.
Fascinating. Tell me, do you at least entrust them with landscaping duties?
Landscaping? What's that?
Pulling weeds, tending the gardens, arranging decorative rocks.
Decorative rocks? Frederick, tell me you're not wasting time on such drivel.
I hardly think Crom's decorative rocks qualify as drivel.
You would do anything for Crom, wouldn't you? I mean, it's admirable. I just can't believe the kind of standards you're setting.
Thank you, milady. It does please me to hear my efforts praised. Still, I can't help but feel guilty about your situation. If I meet your retainers in the future, perhaps I could educate them properly.
You're welcome to try. Knowing you, you might actually succeed. Maybe you could even give me some feedback on my leadership, too.
It would be my honor. Thank you, Lady Hinoka.
Ha! You're not getting away with that.
Okay, you win. That was amazing, Lady Hinoka.
It was close.
No, it really wasn't. I've never met a Pegasus Knight of your ability before. Are you up for sparring again tomorrow? This is good training.
I was just going to ask you the same thing.
Then it's a plan. Well, I'd better get back to work.
Again? Come on, Cordelia. How much work could you possibly have to do?
I need to organize equipment, inventory weapons, look over the accounts.
Okay, stop. That sounds so boring. Can't you get someone else to do it?
It's my duty to do these things. I can't just hand them off to someone else. Anyway, I better be on my way. See you tomorrow.
Wait a sec, Cordelia. Training isn't over quite yet.
But you beat me.
Right. But now I believe you need to train yourself to rest.
People are counting on me, Lady Hinoka.
Yes, they're counting on you to fight. What good are you if you're exhausted? Even just now, you were having trouble with your lance. How do you think I won?
Are you sure you didn't win simply because I haven't trained hard enough? I can train and do my work too. In fact, it's my responsibility to do both.
Ha! This might be the first time I've met a warrior who works too hard. Listen, I'm just worried about you, Cordelia. Can't I help somehow?
I appreciate your concern, but delegating is one skill I've not mastered.
Fair enough. I'll delegate for you. First things first, I'll do all your work today.
Lady Hinoka, there are too few hours in the day. You'll never finish in time.
Then how were you going to do it? Never mind, don't answer that. Just leave it to me. I do this kind of stuff all the time in Hoshido. Seriously, my retainers are completely useless.
I can't let you...
You're not letting me. I'm doing it. Now, just laze around for a bit.
Laze around? I'm not sure I know how to do that, but if you insist, I'll try. Thank you, Hinoka. You may have a tough exterior, but you're very generous.
Oh, stop with the waterworks. Anyone would suggest the same thing. And after today, you'll split all your duties with me, okay? We work together, we rest together. That's that.
By your command. In the meantime, I guess I better go figure out how to laze.
There were too many injuries in that last battle.
You always look so miserable after a battle, Celica.
Because it's all so avoidable. Nobody would get hurt if nobody fought, right?
Of course, there's no denying that.
I believe war should be avoided. Cut it off at its roots and find a different way.
You're right. I think that same thing whenever we fight. I can't help but wonder if there's a peaceful resolution.
I'm glad to hear I'm not alone in my thoughts.
The thing is, I haven't been able to find that peaceful resolution. When the time comes, all I can do is fight to protect my friends.
It's the same for me. But I don't want war to become such a natural thing. So in times like those, I pray for the goddess to have mercy and end the war.
So, you're pretty spiritual?
I am a princess of Zofia, as well as a priestess of the Earth Mother, Milla. Milla is the goddess who created our kingdom, and she blesses our land.
So it's the goddess that fills you with such affection and kindness. But ultimately, the decision of how to act is up to you?
And act I must. I once failed to protect a dear friend due to my indecision. But indecisiveness doesn't seem to be a problem for you. I'm a little jealous. You always know exactly what to do, and you act with such confidence.
Well, between you and me, I'm not all that confident. What if there's some angle I missed, some option I overlooked? Is the path I've chosen the right one? What if it leads to innocent people being dragged into my problems? I worry about these things constantly.
I had no idea you felt that way.
All I can do is try to make decisions I won't regret later. If I've honestly done all I can, I must accept the results and move on.
You really are strong, Corin. I could learn a thing or two from you. I will do everything within my power. Maybe then I can solve things peacefully. At least that's how I feel after speaking with you.
I think speaking with you has allowed me to clear my head too. Until the day these wars end, let's work together to do all we can.
And if we do, maybe one day war will be a thing of the past. Do you think so?
I do, Celica. Let's give it our all. I hope you don't mind me saying, Lynn, but your sword technique is a bit odd.
In what way?
I've never seen movements like yours. They're close to Hoshiden.
This style is common among the people of the plains. That's where I'm from. My father was chief of the Lorca tribe.
You've lived your whole life on the plains?
That's right. Some call us nomads because of all the traveling we do.
What do you do with your houses?
We don't need any. Instead, we carry these big tents called yurts. We move with the seasons in search of water, food, and shelter.
I can't even imagine living like that. So, what are the plains like? How expansive are they?
They're easily the largest on the continent. The sky is a great big canopy, and a sea of grass stretches as far as you can see.
It really goes on that far? Oh, it sounds like an amazing sight.
It really is. I wish I could show you. The grass is so soft you don't need a pillow, and your horse can run forever. I wouldn't trade the sense of being one with the land for anything.
It sounds amazing. Just hearing how you talk about it is making me misty-eyed. Even if it's just a glance, I would love to see the plains you call home. I lived in a tower for as long as I can remember. I was never able to enjoy wide open spaces or nature.
You couldn't leave? Ever?
That's right. It's why I try to experience so much of the outside world now.
Unbelievable! I would go stir-crazy being cooped up like that.
My Norian siblings were with me, so it wasn't all bad. It wasn't too lonely, and I didn't want for much. It was a good life. And besides, now I get to experience everything for the first time. That's kind of a gift, right?
It's good to be optimistic, but I worry you're a bit too accepting.
Oh, I don't know about that. I just make do with what I have.
When this war is over, I'm taking you to see the plains. That's final. You, of all people, should get to see their beauty firsthand.
You'll really take me? I am so excited to see them.
We'll have to work out how, but there must be some way, right?
You're right. If we put our heads together, we can figure it out. Let's work together to find a way.
By Mother Earth and Father Sky, we will make it happen.
Trust Princess Sita. Tending to your Pegasus as diligently as ever, I see.
I've seen you doting on your Pegasus with just as much affection, Hinoka.
You got me there. Say, I wanted to ask. I hear the Pegasuses of your world only allow women to ride them. Is that true?
It is. They are loyal only to women who are pure of heart.
That makes them a lot more discerning than our Hoshiden Pegasuses.
How do yours differ?
They don't choose their riders, for one, and men are known to be Sky Knights. And if Pegasuses from your world decide who rides, I'm lucky to be from Hoshido. I don't think I could have ridden a Pegasus if I'd been born in Talus.
Why is that? I'm sure you would have been a fantastic Pegasus Knight.
Something tells me my heart is not quite as pure as yours. I doubt a Pegasus of your land would take to me.
Oh, I'm sure that's all just in your head. Come, look at my Pegasus.
What about him?
He doesn't seem bothered by you. He doesn't balk when you approach, at least. I'm sure he'd let you ride. He can sense that you're worthy.
You really think so?
You're kind and gentle in your own way, even if you don't realize it. I'm always awestruck when I see your bravery on the battlefield.
Sita, if you keep laying it on that thick, you're gonna make me blush.
I'm just being honest.
I might start to believe that if I hear it often enough. You're very convincing. I wish I could be like that.
Just tell people how you feel. If you're honest, they'll understand.
There you go again, summing things up so perfectly. Maybe it's worth a try.
It's easier than you think, especially for one who speaks her heart.
I guess that's one way of describing me. But I think speaking from the heart comes more naturally for you.
Oh, Hinoka, now it's my turn to feel a blush coming on.
I'm just being honest too.
I look forward to fighting alongside you and your Pegasus again.
Let's watch each other's backs out there.
Are you okay, Azura? I couldn't help but notice you're eating alone in the corner.
Oh, it's nothing. I'm just watching everyone while I eat.
Putting it like that doesn't make it seem any less strange.
Sitting here, watching all these people from different worlds and times, I can't help but notice how they've all joined together to pursue a shared goal.
You're right. It is nice to sit and watch people working together like that. It's actually quite relaxing. I can see why you'd like eating here.
I wish Nor and Hoshido could look past their differences and cooperate like this.
If Hoshido and Nor could stand as one, what a world that would be. I'd take all my Norian brothers and sisters to a Hoshidan festival. And after that, I'd visit the royal castle in Nor with my Hoshidan family. Do you think we'll ever get to that point in our world? Will the war ever end?
I hope so. I have a feeling our siblings will all be great friends once the war ends.
You're right. Takumi and Leo are pretty similar. I bet they'd get along famously. And Elise and Sakura would become friends in the blink of an eye, no doubt.
Hinoka and Camilla would fight over you, but it would just bring them closer together. Xander and Ryoma would feel like they had double the children to look after.
Imagine them, brows furrowed and concerned, secretly loving every minute of it. I look forward to when we can all coexist peacefully. After all my siblings are worthy of love and pride. Especially you, Azura.
I think it's you who is truly worthy of pride, Corin. Though we may not be blood-related, all of our siblings are precious to me too. One day, I hope to live in a world where we can all look on each other as family.
It's a beautiful idea. And though it'll be difficult, I'm sure it'll only be a matter of time. There's no question that a bright future awaits us, for both Hoshido and Nor.
Agreed. I'm ready to do anything to bring about that future. Whatever path you choose, I'll be there by your side. Whatever struggles we face together, I'll lend you all the strength I have.
Even if the rest of the world is against us, I will stand by you too, Azura. Together, we can heal the wounds that drive Hoshido and Nor apart.
I look forward to sharing that future with you and all of our siblings.
As long as we stand together, there's nothing that can stop us.
Almost there. Just gotta carry this load a little farther.
Lady Hinoka, that looks awfully heavy. Allow me to help.
Thanks, Oboro. I'll pay you back.
Don't worry about it. It's a retainer's job to help out.
Oh, is it?
Is something wrong? You seem distracted.
I was just thinking about Azama and Setsuna. Even if they were here, no way they would help me carry this stuff.
Forgive my frankness, but they usually don't seem very helpful. Azama's always making excuses, and Setsuna's so absent-minded.
Is that why you're helping me? To show me what good work looks like? I wonder where the rest of my family found such quality retainers.
I think their easygoing styles suit you well. They're a good fit for you. Not to mention your impressive teamwork on the battlefield.
Yeah, I really can't rely on those two when it counts. They can be trouble, but having them around is kind of fun too.
And you chose them yourself, right? That's what surprised me. It's a pretty rare setup.
They seem to really want to be my retainers, so I let them. They might not be what I expected, but all in all, I'm glad I picked them.
Interesting. I guess I became Lord Takumi's retainer in the usual way. But imagining what it would have been like for him to choose me personally? Oh, I could swoon at the thought. Anyway, I'm just glad I got to be Lord Takumi's retainer at all.
I happen to know Lord Takumi is glad to have you. You deserve a reward for helping me out, by the way. Is there anything you want?
Well, if you feel you must reward me, I do have one request. I'd like to see you all dressed up in clothes from this world.
That's all? Well, all right. Do you have an outfit in mind?
Oh, this is my chance. I'll put you in a dress befitting the princess.
No, nothing like that. No dresses.
It'll be great. Just consider it a part of your princess training.
No, seriously. No dresses.
Oh, I am going to turn you into such a beautiful princess. I've had the perfect gown picked out since we arrived.
Are you even listening to me? Okay, let's get this over with.
Wow, Navarre, your technique with the sword? It's impressive.
As is yours. Maybe next time we shouldn't hold back so much.
You were holding back? Huh. Anyway, I'm just looking forward to the day when this war is over.
Is that so? I couldn't care less.
Huh? Then why are you even here?
It's simple. I like to fight. When one fight is over, I just move on to the next.
So, you're just going to fight forever?
What else is there to do?
I don't think I've ever heard anything so sad in my entire life. I only fight in this world and my own because I want peace to prevail.
A peaceful world sounds pretty boring to me.
Really? To me, it sounds like a paradise. Here's the thing. If you keep allying yourself with people like me, won't you end up helping us bring about peace anyway?
Right now, I work for the Altean army and take orders from Prince Marth. When he no longer has a need for me, I'll join another army and fight for them. Wherever there is man, there is war. Maybe it'll be among mountain bandits, or as a fighter in an arena.
Okay. So you're basically saying you don't care about anything or anyone.
Relationships with other people never seem to serve a purpose.
What? The only reason I fight is for other people. It gives me strength.
But what motivates you doesn't necessarily motivate me. In fact, I don't see what your reasons for fighting have to do with mine at all.
I guess. How about we try a little experiment? I'm going to try and prove that you should care about other people. And I bet you'll find that it makes you even stronger.
Does this experiment require any effort on my end?
None at all. All you have to do is let me hang out with you until this war ends.
Fine. I'm warning you. You're going to be very disappointed with the results.
If you say so. But I think your life's about to change for the better.
Thank you for joining me for some training, Princess Hinoka.
My pleasure. It'd be worth it even if all I got to do was watch you.
You're nothing short of amazing yourself. How long have you studied the Naginata?
My brother started training me at 7. The age I decided to become a warrior.
I used to train with my older brother as well. A long time ago.
You have a brother too?
Yes. My brother used to be my teacher. And someone I looked up to.
Used to be?
Well, never mind. What led you to decide to become a warrior, Hinoka?
Corin was kidnapped by Nor, and I couldn't let them get away with it. I refused to forgive them. Or myself for not being able to stop them.
So it was all to save Corin.
If I rode a Pegasus, I could fly to Nor and save her. So I became a Sky Knight. But it didn't come easy. My Pegasus companion wouldn't accept me at first.
Oh? That's surprising to hear.
I was inexperienced and overzealous. I tried to control her by force, but force doesn't earn trust. And my rash decisions earned us both plenty of scars.
It appears she trusts you absolutely now. When I watch the two of you together, she seems to love working with you.
You seem to know a lot about Pegasuses. Have you ever ridden one?
Long ago. But I left my Pegasus behind in order to ride Wyvernback. I know that Pegasus riders are known for their effectiveness and mobility. I lead a unit of Pegasus Knights called the White Wings that are a testament to that. But as a member of the royal family, I felt I needed more power. In Macedon, the Wyvern-riding Dragoons symbolize our strength. So I switched. I imagine the Pegasus I left all those years ago still despises me.
I doubt that. A Pegasus can see the truth in her rider's heart. I wouldn't be surprised if she could sense your feelings even now.
If those words came from someone else, I may not believe them. But from you, you put my worries at ease. Thank you. I hope she's well after all these years.
If you're so concerned, you could go see her. I'm sure that'd make her happy. And when you go, I could maybe go along with you? I can't miss my chance to see the great Red Dragoon's chosen Pegasus after all.
Well, if you ever visit my world, I will gladly bring you along to see her. And we can all take to the skies together.
Yes, you've got yourself a deal, Minerva. Navarre, what happened back there?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
I saw you let that enemy soldier go. Why would you do that? Don't you have anything to say for yourself?
It was a woman. Raising my blade against her would break my code of honor.
How is it honorable to let the enemy get away? She could come back and kill us all.
Everyone here is capable of protecting themselves, Hinoka.
Yes, but it's also our responsibility to protect each other. That's part of the code I live by. You put us all in danger when you let that soldier go.
I'm not here to safeguard anyone. I'm here to fight.
But only the men, right? Never mind. At least now I know where you stand. It's a shame. You're such a skilled warrior. If I had your talents, I could do so much more.
I would be happy to teach you the art of killing if you like.
Whoa there. You mean teach me how to wield a sword, right? To be honest, I've always wanted to learn.
So that's a yes, then?
Yes. But what about your code? I thought raising a sword against me was against the rules.
I'm willing to make an exception for the purposes of training. But I warn you, my skills will be of no help to you in protecting your friends.
Maybe you're just not using them right. Did you ever think of that? I bet I can prove that a mercenary's techniques aren't only good for killing. And hey, maybe you'll come out of this lesson learning something from me.
That seems unlikely.
Well then, challenge accepted. I never turn down the chance to help a friend. And what you're about to show me might help you on the battlefield. So let's get started.
Ready when you are. But I hope you're prepared to give this your all. I require a worthy adversary. Let's just say I bore easily.
Then you've got nothing to worry about. I'm a quick learner.
Is that you, Tharja? What in the world are you doing over there?
Protecting you.
I thought I noticed a particularly sinister presence following me.
Yes, that was me. You two are as similar as I thought.
Huh? Who else do you mean?
Oh, never mind that. More importantly, that injury you suffered. Is it healed?
You noticed? I thought I was hiding it well enough.
Of course I noticed. When Robin eludes me, I take to following you instead.
Ugh. Well, it's fine now. It seemed to heal up overnight.
Good. I wasn't sure if my healing hex would work on you.
A healing hex? That explains why it's all better now. Thank you, Tharja.
I also cast a hex to keep your muscles from getting sore.
So that's why I've been able to train for so much longer lately. But now I feel guilty that you're spending all this effort on me.
Oh, don't mind me, Corin. Protecting you is my pleasure.
This makes me feel like I'm back home again. Felicia and Jacob would fuss over me just like this. Whenever I got sick, no matter how minor the cold, they wouldn't leave my side.
Felicia and Jacob. If I recall, they're your maid and butler. You're saying I'm nothing more than a mere servant to you?
That's not what I mean at all, Tharja. They are my servants, but they're also dear friends. They're irreplaceable. And I feel the same way about you. You've become precious to me.
I'm precious to you? Hearing you say that somehow feels right. Like it's fate that brought us together.
Fate, huh? Well, something brought us to this world so we could meet.
So you agree? In that case, I'll be watching over you from here on out, Corin.
Oh, really? You mean you'll be lurking behind me from now on? We should just spend time together instead. Let's go somewhere. You need a lot of ingredients to cast those hexes, right? I'll help gather them.
Wait right here. I'll go grab my list. I'll be within earshot.
Fate may have brought us together, but it's up to us to stick together.
What are you doing up here, Tharja?
Oh, nothing you should concern yourself with.
If you're so interested in Robin, just talk to him instead of skulking around.
Just talk to him? Easy enough for one as blunt as yourself.
Hey, it's not like I'm trying to be so direct. It's just how the words come out.
It seems to me a princess should speak in a manner more befitting her stature.
Well, I gave up all that princess stuff years ago. I'm a warrior. To be honest, whenever I try to sugarcoat things, it just doesn't work out. But you're one to talk, Tharja. Everything you say just sounds so dark.
Well, I am a dark mage, you know.
Are there any rules that say a dark mage can't speak in a lighter, friendlier tone?
Only the ones I've imposed upon myself.
In that case, how about we practice talking a bit more normally?
I can do normal, if I put my mind to it.
Then let's do it! Okay, so, hello, Miss Tharja. How do you do?
Greetings, Lady Hinoka. What benign weather here. Mayhap I shall hex us all.
Whatever do you mean, Miss Tharja? It looks like we're due for rain.
Why, 'tis easier even to hex under cover of cloud. Pick me a victim and huzzah!
Why, Miss Tharja, our hexes all thou. I can speaketh. Sorry, it's just too weird. No way can I talk like that in front of everyone. Besides, hearing you talk about hexing people so cheerfully was just creepy.
Forsooth, lady. You were acting pretty creepy yourself. Probably best we stick to what we know.
I try coming off as normal and I creep out Tharja of all people. You're fine just the way you are, and I'm sure Robin thinks so too.
People seemed pleased with you, too. So I guess you're probably fine as well.
I'm sorry I brought it up in the first place. It was a bad idea from the start.
You thought we could help each other, so I can't hold it against you. Though, let's do each other a favor and never speak of this again.
Say no more. Just thinking about it is so embarrassing, I could die. I guess that means we share a secret. Kinda nice, don't you think?
Now that you mention it, secrets are things normal girls have.
Which means we actually did make ourselves more normal!
Yes, let's go with that. Let's agree that we're normal for us and just, I don't know, be friends?
And if anyone has a problem with us, we've got each other's backs.
Huh. Only 90 out of 100 bullseyes today. Pathetic. Guess I'd better re-rack. I'm not leaving here until I hit 96 or more.
Prince Takumi, what are you still doing out here? It's getting dark. Have you been at this all day? Surely you require a break.
No, not until I'm satisfied with my performance. Why do you care anyway?
Because training too hard will actually worsen your skills, and we need you.
Yeah, well, that's easy for you to say. You've already mastered your weapon. Me? I don't have the luxury of rest.
Haha, the luxury of rest. Prince Takumi, listen well. When I was around your age, I trained much like you do, to excess.
Is that so?
Oh yes. I often trained until I could no longer hold a sword. I was proud of my efforts, until I realized I was in fact setting myself back. I spent almost as much time bedridden from exhaustion as I did actual training.
I still have a hard time seeing you fail at anything.
That was not my only folly. Another time I wandered off to fight faceless alone. In the dark forests of Nor, I lost sight of the trail back home. I wandered lost for days. When finally I returned, I was parched and near death.
How could you have done something so reckless?
The same reason you're out here shooting arrows in the dark. Pride. I was impatient. I thought I could become powerful quickly. But there is no shortcut. If you train too hard, you will get hurt. I never realized before how much you remind me of myself.
Xander, I can tell that you speak the truth, but I simply can't wait.
Yes, you're as stubborn as I was too. Well, I have an idea. Prince Takumi, allow me to join you in your training.
Are you serious?
If you're going to be reckless, you may as well have some supervision. As someone who has been where you are now, I can offer guidance. And I can pull you back just when you're about to go over the limit.
Well, I certainly won't turn down training from a skilled warrior.
Excellent. We can begin once you've taken a short break. The last thing I want to see is your arm in a sling from too much training.
Thank you, Xander. Just don't get mad when I upstage you in battle.
I'll worry about that when it happens.
All right. I'll see you back here tomorrow at dawn. You won't regret this, Xander. Thanks again.
Oh, Princess Sakura. What are you doing here?
Oh, you surprised me.
Well, you precious thing. I didn't mean to scare you.
It's okay. Just give me a moment.
This conversation would be easier if you looked at me, you know.
I'm sorry. It's just, to be honest, I get nervous with so much eye contact.
Oh, please. Just talk to me like I'm one of your sisters. It's no big deal.
But you're so different from my sisters. Sorry. I'm just an anxious person.
Are you scared of me? There's no reason for that anymore.
No! I mean, maybe a little bit. The thing is, I'd like to get to know you, Camilla, but you're so intimidating.
I do seem to have an effect on people, but darling, I'd like to know you too. So, let's see. What should we talk about?
Well, we're both Corin's sisters. Why are you sitting so close to me?
Was I? I hadn't noticed. Here, why don't I tell you a cute story about Corin? And then Corin sat right in the pie. Oh, we laughed and laughed.
That's really funny. I probably would have done the same thing. What kind of pie was it, anyway?
Oh, it was just my usual. Apple pie with a little kick of cardamom.
That sounds good. Is that a traditional Norian recipe, or...?
It is. You mean to say you don't have apple cardamom pie in Hoshido? Don't even answer that. You simply must try it. I'll bake one sometime.
You'd share a homemade pie with me? I'd really like that. I could even make some Hoshidan specialties.
You'll bake for me? Oh, and look how much more comfortable you've gotten.
You know, I don't think I'm terrified of you anymore.
How wonderful! That means we can get even closer.
By closer, you mean like getting to know each other better, right?
Of course, and closer physically. Come now, scoot over here.
I'm okay right here.
My goodness, you're precious. Here, let's try holding hands.
Holding hands? But why?
To be closer. Oh, look, your face is all red. Look me in the eyes and say whatever you want, darling.
I can't think of anything.
Nothing like hitting the sack at the end of a long day. Wait a second. Something isn't... Who's there? It's some kind of face up in the ceiling.
Gotcha!
What? Who are you? Come out and fight me to the death!
Takumi, it's just me, Lissa!
Lissa! It sure didn't look like you. Anyway, thanks for taking a few years off my life. Sheesh.
I'm sorry. It was just a prank. I didn't think I'd scare you that much.
Are you kidding? Hiding in the shadows and putting that thing on the ceiling?
It's a portrait of Crom, if you must know. Frederick drew it.
That's supposed to be Crom? I was sure it was some sort of demon. Anyway, I'd appreciate it if you would never, ever do anything like that again.
Well, okay. I'll be sure to never, ever do anything to upset you ever again.
Gee, that sounds awfully familiar. Haven't we had this talk before?
Oh, have we?
Yes. Do you not remember stitching the word jerk on the back of my hair tie? I wore that hair tie in 3 different battles before I noticed.
Oh, yeah. That was inappropriate, I guess. I'm sorry. I just enjoy getting a rise out of you. But I'll stop now. Really.
Well, all right. I mean, you should. Sorry if I reacted a bit harshly. But what makes me so prankable?
Honestly, it's because you seem like you're always on edge. I thought maybe teasing you a little bit would help you relax and have some fun.
But you realize, of course, that these pranks have me even more on edge. I could relax and be friendly with you if I knew nothing terrible would happen. So just try coming up and talking to me next time, okay? I promise I'll be relaxed.
All right, Takumi, it's a deal. It's kind of ironic, isn't it? I teased you because you were uptight, but the teasing just made it worse. I'm glad we had this talk. Hey, in a way, my pranks actually did work.
Well, now that you've completely destroyed any hope of an early bedtime, how about sharing a cup of tea with me?
I'd love to. Oh, there was just one other thing.
1 second, all right? I've got to get a kettle of...
Yeah, I was gonna warn you about the trap that I dug right there. You have to believe me when I say that I set that up before our little talk.
Sure. Now help me out of here.
Lady Sakura, are these the herbs you were looking for?
They are. I couldn't find any when I went looking earlier. I hope you didn't go to too much trouble.
Not at all. I just happened upon them. And I'm always happy to do you a favor, Lady Sakura.
How sweet of you to say. You remind me a lot of my retainer, Tsubaki.
Really? How so?
Well, you do kind of look similar, but it's more than that. It's more like your auras, that's it. You're both so positive. And everyone always talks about what a perfectionist he is. Just like you.
I don't know if I'd use the word perfectionist to describe myself.
Then there's the fact he's such a hard worker. I don't think I've ever seen him sit idle. It's a little worrying sometimes, the way he pushes himself.
It sounds like he holds himself to very high standards. I suppose I can sympathize with that impulse.
See? You're not so different. Oh, but that means I have to worry about you too, doesn't it? Not that it's not a good thing to want to be perfect all the time. It's just, if you push yourself too far, you could hurt yourself. And the last thing I want is for you to get hurt, Cordelia. You and Tsubaki both mean so much to me.
Lady Sakura, don't get yourself so worked up. I know my own limits. Come to think of it, I had a similar conversation not too long ago. Someone told me that I could learn to ask others for help a bit more often. Of course, being me, I immediately set out to get better at asking for help. But now, thinking back on it, I'm starting to wonder if I kind of missed the point.
Maybe a little. I'm sure your friend didn't want you to feel like you had to try even harder. The reason I, and perhaps your friend, want you to reach out to others is not because you need to be perfect. You're perfect the way you are.
Oh, Lady Sakura, thank you. You've cleared a few things up for me. Good thing I found those herbs, huh? Hey, next time you see Tsubaki, you should say the same thing to him.
Good idea. I do want him to know how important he is to me.
Since he can't be here, I hope you'll consider me a suitable replacement.
I have no doubt that you are. But don't overwork yourself, okay? Not on my account.
Yes, Lady Sakura. I promise to ask for help if I need it.
Happy?
Yes, I'll look forward to it.
Takumi, what was that? You were out of control in that battle.
You again? Look, stop worrying about me, okay? I have to test myself in battle to get stronger. There's no other way.
But if you die, it'll all be for nothing, won't it? Won't you think of your family, if not the greater good?
Trust me, all I do is think of my family. I need to earn my siblings' respect. I'd rather die than show any weakness in front of them.
Are you serious?
Yes. What's your point?
What could make you think your family expects that of you?
Well, where should I start?
No, I don't believe you. I've met Ryoma and the others. They would grieve terribly if you were wounded or killed.
Nah, they'd still have Korin. They like her better anyway.
That isn't true at all. There's only one Takumi. You're irreplaceable. What if Ryoma died? Don't you think your other siblings would care?
Of course. No one can replace Ryoma.
So why don't you believe Ryoma feels the same way about you?
Because I'm weak.
First, you're not weak. Second, what does that have to do with anything? Let me tell you a story about my good friend Florina. She's a Pegasus Knight, but not a very capable one if I'm honest. She was assigned to protect me, but it usually works out the other way around.
So you have a weak, useless protector. Doesn't that bother you?
Of course not. She's one of my closest friends in the world. And her strength, or lack of it, has nothing to do with that. Or take Sakura. She's much weaker than you. Do you not care about her?
No, I'd do anything for her.
That's how I know Ryoma, Hinoka, and Korin feel the same way about you.
You may have a point. Even though you're incredibly annoying. I suppose I have some thinking to do.
Good for you, Takumi. I was really worried about you. Believe it or not, there are other people who care about you too.
If you're saying what I think you're saying, then thanks for protecting me. But I won't need protecting forever. Just watch. Soon I'll be strong enough to protect you and everyone else.
Hey, I look forward to it.
Something wrong, Sakura? You don't seem to be your usual self.
I'm sorry. I just keep thinking about that last battle. I was no help at all.
What? How could you say that? I saw you out there healing everyone's wounds. If you weren't there, I don't think I would even be standing here now.
Maybe, but I was so scared. You, on the other hand, showed such bravery.
That doesn't mean I wasn't scared. To be honest, I don't know if I've ever gone into battle without being afraid.
Is that true? Never? How do you overcome your fear?
I don't know. I guess I just hate sitting on the sidelines. Especially when people I love are in danger. I have to protect them.
Me too. In those moments, I can feel the courage well up inside me.
Exactly. And my big brother has had some close calls. He needs me around.
Oh my. Is Crumb really so reckless?
Seriously, he is. I can't take my eyes off him for a second. Luckily, since he's met Robin, he's stopped using only brute force.
That's so funny. He always seems so calm and composed to me.
No way. Earlier, he just ran off and dove into a crowd of enemy forces. He shouted something about being a decoy and leading them away. Yeesh.
The way you're describing him reminds me a bit of my big sister Azura.
I didn't know you had another big sister.
I do. In battle, she'll often put herself in danger while trying to help someone. Off the battlefield, she's calm and thinks things through.
She sounds a bit like my big sister, actually.
Huh? I didn't know you had any more siblings.
Oh, yes. My sister's kind and gentle, but also really strong-willed. I hope to be a lot like her one day.
I'd like to be like Azura, too.
But Sakura, you already are. You're kind and you're braver than you think.
So are you, Lissa. You're always out on the battlefield, caring for others. I think you're very much like your sister already.
Thank you, Sakura. We should be brave for each other, so we can both become like our sisters.
We can do it.
All right, that's the spear, bow, katana. So many weapons to organize. Whew. Maybe Hinata isn't as lazy as I thought, since he usually does all this.
Hello, Oboro. Do you have a moment? I need to talk to you about something.
Of course, Lord Takumi. What is it?
Let me help you with that first. You look like you've got your hands full.
No, I can't let you solo your hands with work like this.
Oh, please, we're not in Hoshido anymore. You could use the help. I've probably been overloading you with work, especially since Hinata's not here.
Not possible, my lord. I'm just happy to be of service. It would be nice if Hinata were here, though. I wonder what he's up to.
Probably just practicing his swordplay, like always. I hope he's not just roaming from dojo to dojo looking for a fight.
What if he's just crying in a corner somewhere because he was left behind?
It's one or the other, really. We could both be in trouble when we get back. Talking like this makes me miss Hoshido.
Me too. This world is just so different.
You know what I miss most? The food. Oh, what I'd give for a good bowl of miso. I mean, the food here is okay. It was nice to try something different. At first.
My lord, I will search this world high and low for the ingredients to make you soup.
I appreciate that, but don't go out of your way. You already do so much.
What are you worried about? You don't normally worry about me.
What do you mean? I care about my retainers.
I didn't mean to make you upset, Takumi. I was only teasing. Anyway, I guess it is true that I am a little busier without anyone else to help me. And there's so much grunt work. I'm getting stronger, but I'm always sore. I could really use one of our Hoshidan hot springs right about now.
Oh, that would be perfect. Let's go together when we get back.
Together? What did you come to see me about anyway?
Oh, right, I almost forgot. I ripped my outfit in that last battle. So I was hoping you could repair it, or make me a new one, or...
Certainly, Lord Takumi. You can always count on me.
Great! I'm glad I won't have to go into the next battle looking ridiculous. Well, seems like all the weapons here are in order. I'll leave the wardrobe to you.
Oh, I wonder what kind of outfit I should make for him. He'd look gallant in anything. I don't know where to begin. There's always that classic Takumi look. But maybe it's time for a change. This is gonna be so much fun.
That was intense. Are you okay, Tiki? You were right in the thick of it.
Yep, I'm okay. Did I help any?
Of course you did. But how did you learn to fight like that? You're just a child.
I'll have you know that I'm actually over 1,000 years old.
What? Did you just say 1,000 years?
Yep, although I missed almost all of my birthday parties.
That's a lot of birthdays. Wait, but how can you be that old?
Manakeets live a really long time.
Oh, please accept my apology. I shouldn't have called you a child. Do all Manakeets look so much like children?
Not at all. Banban looks like he's old enough to be someone's grandpa. Even though we live a long time, we do still age. I just look extra young because I was asleep for most of those 1,000 years.
You were asleep? What happened?
Not long after I was born, I was put into a deep sleep. And then after years and years passed, I woke up and I met Mama and all them. I was told my sleep was to help contain the power of the divine dragon.
Do you remember anything from all that time you were asleep?
Not really. I had scary dreams while I slept.
Oh, being asleep for 1,000 years sounds terrible. I don't think I could do it.
It was pretty lonely. I try to meet lots of people now, because I don't ever want to be alone again.
Tiki, I...
Spit it out, Sakura. Do you feel lonely too?
Sometimes, yes. I hate it. I'm not very good at talking to people. I stumble over my words but it's different talking to you.
Really? You really think so? Hey, I've got a good idea. Let's make sure to talk to each other all the time.
That's what I was going to suggest. You could be like my little sister, if that's okay with you.
That would be great. Neither of us will get lonely if we stick together.
Thank you, Tiki. I feel like we're friends already.
That's 'cause we are, Sakura.
Niles! Ah, Prince Takumi. How charming of you to startle like that when I approach. Yeah, well, it's like you just appear out of nowhere right next to me. Plus, I mean, you're from Nor. Oh, please, that old grudge is so last week. Sure you're not just scared of me? What? I'm not scared of you or anyone else. Actions speak louder than words, you know. Why do you avoid Leo and me? Both on the battlefield and at rest, you seem to go out of your way to dodge us. Why are you paying so much attention to me, huh? Oh, I keep a very close watch on you. I protect Lord Leo, and that requires keeping tabs on any potential rivals. Of course, you've proven the most boring and predictable, always running away. I'm telling you, I don't run away from anything. You wouldn't talk to my brother or sister like this, would you? Why, because they're stronger than you? Isn't that your greatest insecurity? They're not stronger than me, says the spoiled brat who lives and dies by the approval of his family. How dare you call me spoiled? Oh, what are you gonna do, tell on me? Go on, tell your big brother. The irony is that if you had a little self-awareness, you'd be quite a force. What are you even talking about? Why do you come here to torment me like this anyway? Because, boring as you are, you have potential. Okay. Your sheltered upbringing literally makes me sick to my stomach. But your fear and envy, your inferiority complex, these are powerful tools. Strangely, you remind me of myself. Someone who has lived through despair. Just when I think you couldn't say anything more ridiculous. No, we're the same. That look in your eyes as you watch Ryoma lead, it's the look I had as I watched rich children from my place in the mud. What is wrong with you? I can't take it anymore. I'm leaving. Oh, you'd walk away? Aren't you afraid I'd stab you in the back? You wouldn't dare disappoint Lord Leo by doing that. Just as I wouldn't risk disappointing Ryoma by doing the same to you. Bravo, Takumi. You're well on your way to the self-awareness I spoke of. Welcome to the Brotherhood of Twisted Minds. I wonder if this conversation will keep him up at night.
Did you write these War Council briefs, Robin? I don't recognize the handwriting.
I did. I've just been trying to make my script a little more legible. Actually, I got the idea from you, Lord Xander. Your writing is so polished. What a difference it makes when you can actually read what you just wrote.
Indeed. It's heartening to see someone skilled like you seek self-improvement. My retainers, Perry and Laszlo, do not show the same drive.
Really? Maybe they just don't like to talk about it.
I don't know about that. If there's one thing Laszlo likes to do, it's talk. He's great at his work, when he's not too busy flirting to do it.
I see. But what about Perry? I've heard stories of her bloodlust on the battlefield.
Oh, Perry has her quirks, one of which is not sitting still for more than a minute. She's irreplaceable in battle, but as for the less violent parts of the job...
You need Laszlo, despite his flirtatious tendencies. You know, charm's not the worst quality to have.
That's what I used to think as well. Until he started reporting for duty in tears, worked up over his latest rejection.
I don't envy you there, Lord Xander.
I just wish there was a way to curb his desire for female attention.
That is a challenging proposition. Let me think. Maybe what he really needs is a little more confidence. Couldn't you give him some kind of pep talk?
I'm not sure I feel comfortable getting so, personal with my retainers.
Quite right. My apologies. Wait. I've got it. What if all his interactions with women led him back to something work-related?
An interesting thought. But how could that be accomplished?
The next time Laszlo has his heart set on a young lady, you should hire her. That way, whenever he thinks about her, he will also think about work.
You have confidence in this plan?
I do. I have complete confidence.
Then perhaps I'll give it a go. You've been quite helpful today, Robin. You've given me hope that Laszlo might someday improve.
It's an honor to assist you, Lord Xander. I'd be happy to help whenever you need me.
Thank you. I'll be coming to you for more brilliant ideas soon enough.
Oh, Navarre, it's you.
Yes. And?
Sorry, I just didn't see you there. And once I did, well, you're very intimidating. Maybe that's why you're so scary, especially on the battlefield.
If you find me so scary, feel free to keep your distance. Goodbye.
Wait, now that you're here, I want to ask you something. So speaking of battlefields, maybe you could be a bit more careful? When we were fighting the other day, you were being so reckless. And there's a difference between killing mercifully and what you were doing.
I have no intention of changing the way I fight.
I know we don't know each other very well, but I get the feeling you're a caring person, Navarre. Deep down. I know you insist on fighting alone to protect your friends. That's compassion.
I think you misunderstand.
I don't. You keep people at arm's length because you care too much.
You've heard about my past, haven't you? And you still think I'm a good person? If someone hired me to kill your family, I would do it without hesitation.
Well, let's say you are just a heartless mercenary. Then why fight at all?
I don't understand the question.
Why risk your life for no reason? You could die.
So then I'd be dead. Who cares?
What? I would care. And wouldn't you care? Everyone's life has meaning, Navarre, including yours. It doesn't matter. I don't believe you anyway. I don't think you're as selfish as you claim. You've always protected me. And that's because under all that stoicism, you want to help others.
I'm growing tired of this conversation.
Navarre, I simply refuse to believe you're the heartless soldier you pretend to be. And I hope you remember that someone out there knows the real you.
Can I tell you something, Lady Sakura? I find you quite exasperating.
That's funny. I've thought the same thing about you.
Whatever you say.
Xander, perfect timing. People really look up to you, right? Frederick and Ryoma are tall, but you really stand out.
I suppose you might say I cast a long shadow?
I'm not making a metaphor. I'm wondering how you got so tall. I want to be taller, but I can't seem to grow an inch.
Oh, well, I guess you are a bit on the delicate side.
Don't call me delicate.
I'm just repeating what Crumb said.
Oh, I can't believe he told you that.
Don't be embarrassed. In my youth, I too wanted little more than to grow up.
I knew you'd understand. I want to look all grown up already. I want to be beautiful and graceful like my sister, or like Camilla. But I'm not nearly as tall as either of them.
I see. Now that I think about it, Elise has had similar concerns lately. But if you're looking for some secret way to grow, well, I did nothing special.
Aw, there aren't any tricks you can think of? Like tying your hands and feet to different horses to stretch yourself out?
That is not as effective as one would think. If anything, it was my strict training regimen. I've always been very active. And this may be obvious, but eating right is very important. Do you have a balanced diet?
Actually, I have selective taste buds. I just can't stand foods that smell or anything that's super tough. Like bear meat. I can't believe that it's so popular with some people. It's exactly what I don't want to eat.
Maybe you've just never had it cooked properly. I enjoy a nice fatty cut.
Yuck, you sound just like Robin.
I can teach you how to cook it. If you boil it right, you can get rid of the smell.
Ugh, well, if I eat that, maybe I'll become more bear-like?
I'm having trouble picturing you with fur.
Ugh, I meant as tall as a bear. I'll try doing the things you said,
and just you watch my progress. I'll train every day and eat so much bear meat that one day I'll be bigger than you. And then I'll look down at you and make you change your name to Mr. Delicate.
If anyone can do that, Lissa, I'm sure it's you. I'm still growing myself. I must always continue to grow as a prince of Nor.
But there's no way you can get any taller, Xander.
I'm not speaking in terms of height. I look forward to seeing your progress.
Lady Minerva, have you been maybe fighting a little recklessly lately?
I'm sorry if I worry you, Sakura. I can get carried away when I'm on the battlefield.
You don't have to do so much when you have friends to support you. Though, to be fair, I'm not sure how dependable I am personally.
Don't sell yourself short. When you're nearby, I can fight with confidence. Whenever I'm with you, thoughts of my little sister Maria are not far from mind.
Maria? What's she like?
She's an adorable girl, just like you. Seeing her always filled me with courage. But my brother Michaelis handed her over to an enemy kingdom as a hostage.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
I have to get back to rescue her as soon as I can. I worry she's wondering why I haven't shown up. Maybe she thinks I forgot her. Thoughts like that make me restless and impatient, and that comes out in battle.
I'm sure Maria doesn't think those things about you, Minerva.
Is that so? What makes you say that?
Even if I was in trouble, I could never hold feelings like that against someone I love.
But...
I think Maria is probably patiently waiting for you. She must miss you terribly. But more than that, she's probably hoping you're safe. Don't you think? She'd be sad if she knew you were hurt. Even sadder than she is missing you.
Thank you, Princess Sakura. You're right.
So then, do you think you could maybe be a little less reckless on the battlefield? I want to make sure you rescue Maria, so you can't get injured before then.
I understand, Sakura. I will try. For you, and for Maria.
Oh, Miss Minerva, thank you.
No, it is I who should be thanking you. Your concern for my well-being helped me realize what's at stake for me here.
Good. That's the best I can hope for. So I'm happy to help, and to be able to hear your story.
You are too kind. I promise to be less reckless and to lean on my friends more. And, of course, I will be depending on you as well.
I'll give every ounce of strength I can, if it'll be any help at all.
I just hope I'll be able to approach your level of contribution. An ally who soothes wounds and hearts. Matching your worth would be a feat.
Let's both do what we can.
Yes. As we're in this together, let's have each other's backs.
Hello, Olivia.
Oh, Lady Sakura. Is there something I can do for you?
Oh, I just wanted to tell you how beautiful I think your dancing is.
How sweet of you, Sakura. I'm blushing. I'm still a long way from good. But I'll proudly accept such kind praise from a princess I admire.
Admire? I haven't done anything worthy of admiration.
You always tend to everyone with such loving care, no matter how tired you are. Whenever I see that, I'm always amazed by the size of your heart.
But you're amazing too, Olivia.
No, don't say such nice things. I'll die of embarrassment.
Well, Olivia, I think you should have a bit more confidence in yourself and your skill.
Confidence? That's not the first time I've been told something like that. Someone once told me to be more Olivia the Bold and less Olivia the Mouse.
Olivia the Mouse? Oh, that reminds me of this one time I did some extra training to make me braver. Maybe if you did some training like that, it'd raise your confidence too.
You think so? Tell me more about this training, Lady Sakura.
If I remember, You have to straighten your back and puff out your chest.
I see. Posture is important in dance, too. Maybe there's something to this.
The next step is to have a battle cry. Something loud and commanding.
Loud and commanding, huh? This might be tougher than I thought.
I didn't do very well with this part either, to be honest.
Well, I've learned anyone can get better at anything if they practice.
You're right. Okay, let's just try our best.
Let's just try our best doesn't sound very commanding to me.
Good point. How about we're going to do our best?
Oh, that was super cute and pretty loud, but still not very commanding.
Oh, that was about as commanding as I can be. And still, all I get is cute. You should try next, Olivia. Oh, wait. It's your turn, Olivia!
All right, I hope you are prepared. You better get ready for this. Is it working? Do you feel commanded?
I can't tell. Oh no! What if I became too commanding to feel commanded?
I'd say the training must be working. If we keep it up, we'll be experts in no time.
You're right. Let's keep practicing until we're glowing with confidence.
Very impressive, Frederick. You were in complete command of that battle. A flawless performance.
Thank you, my lord. That is high praise indeed coming from you.
I still have much to learn. Would you grant me the honor of a sparring session sometime? I would love to add Elysian swordplay to my repertoire.
Gladly, my lord. Similarly, I am curious about Norian battle techniques.
Excellent. Now, don't hold back. Be honest if you see any flaws in my form.
Of course, Prince Xander.
Whew. So, what do you say?
Well, if there is one small criticism to be made, I believe you may be focusing too intently on your form.
Interesting. I suppose I am a bit obsessed with that. I could adapt more freely to an enemy's movements in battle.
Perhaps, but let me caution you. Lord Crom is notorious for this. He is brilliant at improvisation, but occasionally he loses focus. At its worst, it leads to wild, ineffective flailing, the opposite of your approach.
I see. So perhaps a balanced approach is best.
That would be my recommendation. I apologize if I've overstepped my place.
Frederick, please. You've given me exactly what I needed. Honest feedback.
Thank you, my lord. I am impressed by your drive for improvement.
Well, I have no choice but to be dedicated. I am not a natural talent.
Is dedication itself not a talent? Who else would continue to push himself as you do?
Careful. You're encouraging me to work even harder.
Please, don't overdo it, my lord.
Thank you again. Still, I endeavor to become Crom's equal in battle.
You are closer than you think. You've only just learned Elysian swordplay, and yet I can see that you've already incorporated elements of it in battle.
Well, give me a few more days and let me see what else I can show you.
I look forward to it. I will do my best to keep up.
This has been most agreeable. I'm glad we were able to learn from each other. It reminds me of sparring with my father. If we could do this again sometime, I'd appreciate it.
It would be an honor, my lord. Rest assured, I'll give it everything I've got.
You can count on me to do the same. Good day, Frederick.
Is this all right? Right. Let's go.
Hello there, Anna. Do you carry any rare items in this little shop of yours?
Indeed we do, Camilla. But, how rare are we talking?
I'm after something that can only be found in this world.
Interesting. How about one of these pots? They're supposed to be legendary.
I don't know. They're just pots, aren't they? What's legendary about them?
It grants wishes. Make a wish, and if the pot breaks, by accident, a wish granted.
Are you sure it works? Here, let me test it right now.
What about this? It's a poisonous mushroom from a local forest. Eat it, and you'll have unstoppable hiccups for 3 days and 3 nights.
What an unusual poison.
Right? It's the real deal, which is why it's so expensive. Care for a free sample?
I like both the pots and the mushrooms. I'll take your entire stock.
Seriously? That's 100 pots. I mean, great!
Perfect. They'll make excellent souvenirs.
Souvenirs? For who?
For my retainers. They're the two most adorable girls you'd ever meet. There's Selena, who's all charm and grace, until you cross her. Or until she loses. She's a moody one, but loyal. Then there's Baruka, a former assassin. She almost killed me, so I brought her on. Want to hear something sweet? She never bathes without her dagger.
Yeah, that's sweet.
I'm sure they're both out of their minds with worry since I disappeared. So I thought a few unique gifts would make it up to them.
Are you sure you don't want to buy them something more sentimental?
Oh no, the pots and the mushrooms are absolute perfection. The pots are for Selena. She loves to cook. And Baruka just adores anything poisonous.
How endearing.
She'll probably make all sorts of nefarious plans with those mushrooms. Only to realize they merely induce a mild case of the hiccups.
Well, I didn't expect such a strong demand for these items. I wasn't sure I'd be able to sell them at all, much less in one day. I'll have to track down some more somehow. Thank you, Camilla. This has been an eye-opening experience.
I'm the one who should be thanking you, Anna. But this may not be enough pots. Will you tell me when you get more in stock?
Of course! Anything for my new favorite customer.
What are you doing, Prince Xander? The fight's barely finished and you're already neck-deep in paper.
Yes, well, I record and make notes on my performance after every battle. As Norian royalty, I must always be trying to improve myself.
I can say without a doubt your battle performance requires no improvement. In fact, everything you've done is intimidating. I admire the way you handle yourself, on and off the battlefield.
I appreciate that, but in my opinion, I'm still not good enough. When I think of how my father was in his prime, well, I pale in comparison.
I can't imagine someone more imposing than you.
I didn't have to imagine it. He was a powerful king and an inspiring leader. He always stood on the front line in battle, ready to fight for his kingdom.
I'm envious that you have a father to look up to, especially one like that.
Yes, well, that was, a long time ago.
Did I say something wrong?
No. Why don't you tell me about your father, Prince Marth? If he's anything like you, he must be a splendid king.
Years ago, he sought to aid an allied kingdom and never returned.
So your father is... I had no idea. My apologies for my insensitivity.
Don't worry. There's no way you could have known.
Though it seems my assumptions were correct. He was a great hero. To give one's own life in the name of the people is the mark of a true king. No doubt his strength and honor live on in you. I see how you fight for your friends and for the people of Aetolis. Your father would be proud.
Thank you. I hope that's the case. I often wonder what my father would think of me now.
Leadership comes very naturally to you. I, on the other hand, have to work at it.
I think you're underestimating yourself, Prince Xander. The way you describe King Garen is exactly how I'd describe you.
That's kind of you to say.
It's also the truth. You know, it's nice to have someone else to talk to about the life of a prince. I believe we could learn a lot from one another. Like how not to be so hard on ourselves.
I suppose spending some more time together wouldn't be a bad idea. Perhaps we'll both be better princes as a result.
He doesn't take to people very often.
If he is a prickly one, he's sheathed his spines for me. I think he's sweet.
I'm glad you get to see this side of him. Tell me, Princess, have you ever ridden a wyvern before? From observing you in action, I think you would take naturally to it.
You flatter me, Camilla, but I'm satisfied with my current mount. He is my sworn companion in my mission to protect Marth.
Ah, yes, Prince Marth. You and he are quite the pair, aren't you?
I don't know if I'd say that. I have my hopes, but who knows? That aside, there's another reason I can't give this one up. Promise not to laugh?
I would never. Whatever you say is safe with me.
Though I am a princess, I spend most of my time traveling with Marth. At times, our forces must make camp, and it gets very dark in the wild.
Oh, I know full well. Though where I come from, it's dark even in the day.
That sounds terrible. I'm actually quite afraid of the dark. It's only when I know my Pegasus is near that I can sleep soundly.
Oh, how darling. He sounds like a beloved family member. I myself sleep better at night when one of my siblings is sleeping nearby.
Yes, you do seem very close to them. Say, do you think I might sit behind you the next time you go for a ride? I'd like to see for myself how comfortable riding a wyvern is.
A beautiful young princess like you may ride wherever you like, dear.
Oh, I'm not nearly so pretty as you, though, Camilla.
You can't deny that you have many charms. Have you not seen how eager people are to please you after a few kind words?
As long as Marth is with me, I don't need anyone else.
Ah, young love. The two of you are so close, I fear there's no room in your heart for me.
Well...
I'm only teasing. I must say, you are especially susceptible to it.
Oh, you had me so flustered that I became utterly tongue-tied.
Still, it's no tease when I tell you that I'd like us to be better friends.
Oh, agreed. I would love nothing more. It's been refreshing to talk openly with someone from such a different world.
Quite. And, Sita, should you have trouble sleeping, you know where I am.
Oh! Wait, you're teasing again. Than I ever...
Celica, there you are. I've just heard quite an interesting rumor about you.
Oh no. What was it?
Nothing egregious, of course. Just that you come from a royal bloodline.
That's true, Xander. You didn't know that I'm the Princess of Zofia?
Oh, my apologies. I did not mean to offend. It's just your demeanor, rather than dignified and stoic, you're merciful and compassionate.
Well, for the most part, I was raised in a monastery. So maybe that's what threw you off.
Perhaps. Tell me, how did a member of a royal family come to live at a priory?
By the time I was born, the kingdom of Zofia had already become unstable. I was forced to leave the palace, but luckily I met a protector of sorts. I stayed with him a while, until I was forced to go into hiding.
I don't know what to say. I'm sorry for bringing up this terrible experience.
Don't be. If it hadn't happened, I never would have found my calling as a priestess.
Really? I assumed you chose that path because your royal status put you at risk.
Not at all. If people knew I was still alive, they'd start a war on my behalf. But to say would destroy them. I have no interest in starting another war.
I cannot believe this. Lady Celica, you are willing to watch your kingdom fall into ruin just to avoid bloodshed? That's a betrayal of your people. If a kingdom is in chaos, it is the duty of a royal to put an end to it.
Even if that means asking people to risk their lives and everything they have?
Of course. A royal must not only protect the kingdom, but the future of its people.
No. I couldn't bear to see the people I love be sent off to their certain demise.
It's not easy, but neither is condemning them to a life of sadness and oppression.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
You hate war and respect peace and kindness. Those are good qualities. Yes, war leads to death, but some causes are worth the sacrifice. You were born to carry the weight of that responsibility.
You're right. Maybe I've turned my back on my kingdom for too long. Thank you for reminding me of who I am and of my duty to my people.
I hope I haven't overstepped too much. Even I need to be reminded of my royal responsibilities every now and again. In fact, this conversation has made me anxious to get back to my kingdom.
I don't blame you. But there are people who need saving here first.
True. If I can't save this kingdom, then I will never be able to save my own. Until we return home, I'm honored to fight by your side, Lady Celica.
And I'm honored to fight beside you. But now, we should rest while we can.
Frederick, darling, whatever are you doing?
I'm merely grooming this gravel path for Crom's footsteps. Routine work.
Truly? Oh, how fascinating. I had no idea you were so in love with Crom.
Milady, that is not accurate. I am merely a retainer devoted to his master.
Mm-hmm. Well then, what other sorts of things do you do for your master?
Well, naturally, I research all of the locations he visits in advance. I create meal plans to help manage his diet and fitness. And of course, I try to follow his every step, just in case I am needed. But if I am able to save him a trip by running errands myself, that is ideal.
Well, I'm impressed. I may borrow a few of those ideas to help Corin. As it is, my first duty is to kill anyone or anything that would dare harm her. And naturally, I do her laundry and tidy her quarters. Why, I would even bathe her by hand, if she would permit it.
I have failed. It did not occur to me to help wash the small of Crom's back. I must correct this oversight at once.
Wait, before you rush off to the hot springs, I still have a few more questions for you.
Very well. What else do you wish to know?
I wish to know everything about the duties you perform for Crom. If there is even one tiny thing that could make Corin happier, I will do it.
I understand completely. Now, let me think. Ah, yes, I have considered composing a war song to inspire Crom during battle. My idea was to pair this song with some sort of motivational banner. And then, following the victory, 3 days of celebration and feasting.
My goodness. That idea is simply tremendous! I love it! Oh, Frederick, let's do it! For both Crom and Corin.
Really? You'll join me? I do say it is one of my better ideas.
I agree. Now, firstly, we will need to obtain the materials for a large flag.
Certainly. But first, would you mind if I finished grooming this path?
Of course not. In fact, I'll help you. After all, Corin may walk on this path as well. Let's make it perfect for her.
Excellent. Why don't you start over there and I'll work over here. Together we can create a path that will be perfect for our master's strides.
Robin.
Corin.
Camilla, what are you doing here?
I could ask you the same thing, but I'm sure I already know. Bird watching?
So I suppose that means you're dragon watching.
And here I thought this spot was my little secret.
Don't worry. I won't tell a soul. Do you use this spot often?
I do. But of course, it's only out of love. There's no better vantage point around.
Oh, I agree. On a clear day, I can cast a hex on someone a whole mile away.
You cast hexes on the people you love?
Of course. I am a dark mage. I always have a number of hexes ready.
Is that so? What do they do?
Well, I have one that wards off colds, and one that keeps bugs away.
They can be helpful? I may have grossly misunderstood the word hex.
Oh, you understood it just fine. If anyone were to ever do Robin harm, well, I'd use the very hexes you're imagining to turn them inside out.
I'm amazed by all the different spells you can cast, Tharsha, and a little jealous.
Then I guess we get to be jealous of each other.
Oh, and just what are you jealous of?
Not only do you watch over Corin like this, but you also get to hug her. All I can do is secure Robin's surroundings and then watch from afar.
Oh, if all you want is a hug from your dear Robin, then I can help with that. Just act natural and approach with a smile. It's kind of my specialty.
That's all it takes? I suppose I could try smiling. It's worth a shot.
Something tells me you and I will get along quite nicely. I'm sure I can help.
Thank you, Camilla. If it works, I'll help you in return. If there's anyone you'd like me to hex, just let me know. I guarantee the results.
I'll take you up on that. Especially if your hexes can help me care for Corin.
Oh, yes. My hexes can definitely bring you two closer together.
What luck to have found you, Tharsha. Now nothing will come between Corin and me.
I've been bested. You really trounced me there, Robin.
By the skin of my teeth. Honestly, I didn't think it would be so close.
I knew that 64th move was a mistake. I could have used a pincer attack from there.
A pincer then would have actually hastened my victory by 2 moves. It's a fairly standard technique we use on the battlefield in Elise.
You're saying you were anticipating that? I thought you'd never played this game before. Have I been duped?
No, but I've played very similar games, where you use the board as a battlefield.
As have I, though clearly my experience was not as useful as yours. In Nor, we have a game called chess that's a lot like this. I'm the best in my family. I was sure I could beat you too. Although now that I've gotten the hang of it, care for a rematch?
We can play as many times as you like. I'm sure we'll learn a lot from each other. And beating you never gets old.
Line up your pieces. The first thing you'll learn is taking defeat with dignity. I think you're underestimating me, by the way. One battle doesn't win a war.
Oh, I don't believe you'll be a pushover. You kept me on the ropes for most of that last game. That famous Norian strategy confused me more than once. Let's just say I'd hate to meet you on the battlefield.
Do I detect a hint of sarcasm in your voice?
Not at all. I'm very interested in learning about your battle tactics and techniques.
Of course you are. That would give you quite an advantage in this game.
No, Leo. I'm talking about your literal battle tactics, like on the field. I'm sure if we combined our expertise, our strategic options would expand.
I see what you're saying now. I guess as a tactician, you're always looking for new ideas, aren't you?
So, will you teach me, Leo?
Of course, but only if you beat me in this next match, and I won't make it easy.
Interesting. You're on. Now that something's actually at stake, I have a feeling this game will get heated.
I'm looking forward to it. We'll see how long your confidence lasts. Are we ready now? Good. Why don't you take the first move, Robin? You're going to need all the help you can get.
Ha! Get ready, Leo. You're about to see a true tactician at work.
Lindis? Is there something on my face?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to stare. I just think back to my friends at home every time I see you.
In the world from which you came, you mean?
Yes, I didn't mean to be rude staring at you.
That matters not to me. Tell me about these friends of yours.
Oh, they're a pair of knights, Kent and Sane, in service to my house. Kent's a hard worker. He'd go to any lengths to protect me. He always stands guard personally at my tent when we camp, just to be sure.
I'm impressed that you inspire such loyalty in your retainers. Would that mine would display some measure of that diligence.
Sane, though, I'm a little nervous I'm not there to keep an eye on him. He's decent at heart, but he gets a little carried away with the ladies.
You're saying he's a rake?
Exactly. When we first met, he fell so hard for me, he forgot he was a knight. We're friends, don't get me wrong, but his runaway heart drives me crazy.
You don't say. I have a retainer with the same problem.
Really?
When on guard, he flirts with the clerks. On patrol, he chats up milkmaids. I set him to keep the peace, and he draws complaints against the castle. Forgive me, I lost my composure momentarily.
Oh, don't worry, I've been there. It's funny that we have this in common. Besides, it did me good to see you lose your temper for once.
Clearly. You've lost that wistful look I first approached you about. A minor flare of temper is a small price to pay for that.
You weren't worried about me, I hope.
Every so often, it's plain by your face that you're longing for home. You arrived alone in this world. I cannot fault you for missing your friends.
Thanks, Xander. I really appreciate the thought. I do miss my friends sometimes. But it's not like I'm alone. I've been here long enough to make new friends.
In my world, my retainers are irreplaceable companions. There are times I wish I could say as much to them. I do get lonely.
Me, I'm happy enough here. It's good to remember my friends from home. And when that's not enough, I have people like you to cheer me up.
Friendships that reach beyond worlds. I feel them too.
Excuse me, Xander. Have you seen Corin lately?
I have not, but I seek Corin as well. Let's combine our efforts. I was just about to check the main tents.
I already looked in there.
Perhaps off with a friend, then.
I've spoken with most of the camp, actually.
Azura, just how long have you been searching?
Oh, only a few hours.
Why didn't you come to me sooner?
Well, I thought I'd be able to find Corin on my own. It's such a small matter. I didn't feel comfortable asking for help. I don't want to be a bother unless it's absolutely necessary.
You should never hesitate to call on me, no matter how minor the problem. We may not share blood, but I still think of you as a little sister.
You don't have to say that just to make me feel better, but thank you.
I always speak sincerely, Azura. When Hoshido kidnapped you, I felt like I had lost family. I still regret that I could do nothing to stop it. Please allow me to support you now, if only to make up for previous failures.
Are you sure? As the Crown Prince of Nor, you must be very busy. I don't want to burden you with my small troubles.
I can appreciate that, but it's my duty as an older sibling to protect you. It may seem that I'm cold to others, that my ultimate obligation is to Nor, but I assure you, in my heart, I care for my family just as much as I care for Nor. Should you ever need anything, no matter how minor, you can call on me.
Thank you, Xander. You know, you've been so kind to me ever since we came here. But it wasn't until we spoke today that I understood why.
Then I'm glad we had a chance to connect like this.
From this day forward, I promise to lean on you when I need to.
Excellent, Azura. And for my part, I'll be certain never to let you down.
I'm excited for our future, big brother.
It means a lot to hear you call me that.
Come on, let's figure out where Corin went. Where should we check?
I'd almost forgotten. What about the stables? Did you check there?
I wouldn't have even thought to check there. Let's go.
Slow down, Azura!
Prince Leo, do you have a moment?
I suppose. What is it?
There's something that's been bothering me. I wasn't sure I should say anything.
You've been keeping something from me?
Yes. I have thought long and hard about the implications. But ultimately, I decided that it needed to be said.
Good gods, man. Don't keep me in suspense any longer. What is it?
Well, Prince Leo, it's about your...
My what?
Your collar, my lord. It's... inside out.
No, that's not possible. Oh, damn!
I was hoping you'd just notice. Eventually. But here we are. I could not in good conscience remain silent any longer, my lord.
Is this what you were hinting at with all that talk about fashion?
Yes, my lord. I was not bold enough to tell you straight out. I apologize.
No. It's my fault, of course. You must come to me directly if this ever happens again. A fashion yes man is no good to me. I need someone who can speak the truth.
I understand. Then, since we are speaking openly...
Please, let me hear it.
You have worn your collar inside out precisely 36 times since we met. I thought perhaps I might be able to prevent a 37th.
36? Someone must die! I mean... Thank you.
You're welcome. And there's one other thing.
Very well. Get it over with.
The other morning, you nearly wore your nightcap into battle.
No, I caught myself before actually walking into battle. How did you know?
Well, I was positioned nearby to speak to you about something else. Namely, that you had brought your pillow instead of your spellbook.
Did I really?
I was quite surprised to see you look directly at the pillow several times.
That is enough, Frederick. In the future, I need you to be more proactive.
Yes, I understand. If I see that your trousers are on inside out and backwards, I should speak up. I will be happy to add this to my list of daily duties, my lord.
Has it come to this? Do I really need a wardrobe guardian? Yes. Yes, I suppose I do. Thank you, Frederick. You're a true friend.
Closer. Lord Xander? Is something wrong? You're staring at me.
Yes. My apologies. I didn't mean to stare. I was lost in thought. It's just that when I look at you, Olivia, I'm reminded of my retainer back in Nor. You and he are entirely different, and yet, somehow, there's a resemblance.
Completely different, yet alike? How strange. Tell me more.
Well, his name is Laszlo. As I mentioned, he's one of my retainers. You share certain airs and mannerisms, and you both embarrass easily as well.
He gets embarrassed easily too, huh? Well, that's certainly spot on.
Come to think of it, I've seen him dancing off by himself. He's quite skilled, too.
He's a dancer too. Wow, we really are alike.
In some ways, but you are also wildly different. He lacks some propriety. He's always going to town to flirt, and he tends to land himself in trouble.
That seems rather out of character for someone as shy as you say.
I've received endless complaints. I tried scolding him, but he doesn't listen. He's otherwise an excellent man. He's good at his job, skilled with the sword.
In other words, you're saying you don't hate him for the trouble he causes, right?
Right. Of course I don't hate him. Laszlo is my retainer. And I care for him.
You sure start looking wistful when you talk about him, Lord Xander. Like a father who adores his troublesome son, despite the aggravation.
Perhaps I am a bit like a father figure to him. Gods! My idea of fatherhood did not involve mentoring a large adult son.
But I think you'd make a great father. So dependable and responsible. I, on the other hand, won't make a very good mother if I ever end up having kids.
But any child of yours is sure to turn out to be a spectacular dancer.
You think so? I've always thought I'd teach my children all sorts of dances. If I could dance my favorite routine with my child one day, I'd be overjoyed.
That is a nice thought.
And I'd hope my child would one day fall in with someone as caring as you, my lord.
I'm sure a child of yours would be a fine, non-philanderous retainer. I hope that any future child of yours has a wonderful fate in store for them.
Thank you, Lord Xander. Sincerely. But this all feels a bit strange. When we first met, I never imagined we'd be able to speak so casually.
I see. Is that why you've always seemed so nervous around me?
Yes, but I'm not nervous anymore. Now I know how kind you are. And I look forward to our future talks.
As do I, Olivia.
Good morning, Oboro. Hey, why is it that every time I talk to you, your face does that thing?
It does? I'm sorry. It's just my natural reaction to Norians. Though I'm told I've been getting a lot better about it lately.
But you still have that reaction to me.
No, it's not you. It's just...
What? What are you staring at?
Prince Leo? Have you, always worn your collar that way?
Oh no. Is it inside out again? I was rushing around this morning and must have forgotten to fix it.
I hate to tell you, but your collar's been inside out every day this week.
Is that why you've been looking at me funny?
Maybe. I just think walking around with your clothes all askew, well, it's a crime.
A crime? Don't you think that's overstating it? Besides, can't a grown man dress himself however he likes?
Don't try picking a fight with a tailor's daughter over this. Wearing your clothes properly says a great deal about who you are. That not only do you desire respect, but that you respect your tailor. Even the faceless wear their masks the right way.
Ha! The faceless do not wear clothes at all. Anyway, I agree that a royal should dress in a way that commands respect. But must it be so complicated? Backs and fronts should just be the same! Sorry. I lost my composure there for a moment.
Clothes with no back and no front. That's a groundbreaking idea.
You're not being serious right now, are you?
It's genius. A tailor-made item that fits perfectly no matter how you wear it. And they could have different designs on the inside and outside. You'd never have to see that terrible face I make ever again.
Well, that's a plus. But is it even possible? I doubt it would look very fashionable.
That's where I come in. You know what? I'm gonna give it a try.
I think you should. Who am I to stand in the way of innovation?
Prince Leo, you'll no longer be a fashion victim.
Fashion victim? I mean, it was just a backwards collar.
I'll see you later. I'm gonna start working on my first design right now.
Oh, Lucina, here you are.
What's going on, Elise? Is it an enemy attack?
No, I just wanted to play. I was looking for you all over.
That's a relief. But wouldn't you rather enjoy the calm while you can?
We can't just sit around. Xander says downtime is as important as work time.
So we should rest as hard as we work. I think that makes sense. These calm moments are a good time to bond a little.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I want to play with you.
Oh, I see. But...
What's the matter? Do you not like me or something?
That's not it at all. It's that you and I are from different worlds. One day we'll be forced apart. The closer we get, the harder it will be to say goodbye.
Oh, that's all it is? I was worried you didn't like me. Not being able to see you anymore will be really sad. But that just means we should make the most of our time together.
How will that help?
As long as we have our memories, we can think about each other anytime.
It's true. If you remember someone, they are never truly gone.
What you thinking about, Lucina?
Although he is alive here, my father died in my world when I was young. It was my memories of him that drove me to try and find a way to save him. Now I understand what you mean. So let's have an incredible time today. What do you want to do?
Yay! Thanks, Lucina. I want to play tag.
Tag? How exactly does one play?
You've never played? You've got to be kidding me.
Well, I've played very few games to begin with.
Okay, I'll teach you. It's super easy. I'll run away, all right? And then you count to 10, and then you chase me. If you catch me, we trade roles and I chase you.
It's a running exercise. I see. Playing and training are combined in Nor.
If thinking that helps you get into it, then sure. Tag, you're it.
What? What's it?
You'll never catch me.
Let's see. What else do I need to prepare for the War Council? I suppose I should clean up these weapons before we meet.
Pardon me, Lord Leo, but might I be of assistance here?
No, leave this to me. You've got enough on your plate.
Milord, if I can lessen your burden even a small amount, it would bring me joy.
Well, okay. Thank you, Niles. I don't know what I'd do without you. If only Odin were here as well to lessen your burden.
I am loath to delegate any task, milord, but you have a point. Odin would gladly set about any impossible task assigned to him.
Yes, you could order him to fight an army of 1,000 demigods. To which he'd say, only 1,000?
I have a naughty idea. Let's tell him we've awakened some dark spirits without him. Although, come to think of it, in a way I almost feel like we have.
Are you talking about him? You know, the odd swordsman, Owain. He even looks a bit like Odin.
Yes, I find it hard to believe that the two of them are not related somehow. It is rather suspicious that I have not been able to trace his lineage.
Well, don't dig too deeply. I'm not overly concerned with Odin's true background. As long as he continues serving his purpose, I simply don't need to know.
Yes, of course. I know he's as dedicated to you as I am. I won't worry about it for now. I'm too busy at the moment anyway.
Yes, you've got your work cut out for you.
Perhaps, but there's no need for concern, my lord. I consider myself lucky.
Lucky? How so?
My lord, I could not imagine if you had disappeared to this world without me. Through some divine providence, I was able to accompany you here. As long as I am by your side, I can bear any burden.
Thank you, Niles. Truly, I am not worthy of your dedication and service.
You need not flatter me.
Not to worry. I'll be just as demanding as ever. Because in order to return to Nor, we have much to do here. And I certainly can't do it alone.
You can count on me, Lord Leo. We will return to Nor. I am in your service for life.
Hey, Lissa, do you know of any ways to act more mature? I've been wondering that same thing lately. I was just outside playing and I wound up covered in mud. Camilla washed my clothes, but it made me feel like such a kid. I've been there. I want to be as mature and grown up as Camilla, and as beautiful too. Yeah, she is pretty. My older sister's the same way, mature and beautiful. I've always admired her. Someday I hope to be as kind and graceful as she is. I guess we just can't help but admire our big sisters. But how can we become more like them? Well, Frederick told me I have to go to bed early if I want to grow. So, I've been going to bed earlier than usual. Do I look taller to you? I don't know how tall you were before, so I can't really tell. Oh, I knew I should have marked my height on the wall. But isn't doing the opposite and staying up late a more mature thing to do? Yeah, I always imagine everyone else staying up late talking battle tactics. So, let's meet up tonight, just the two of us. Talking tactics is kind of boring, though. But we could eat sweets while we talk. Oh, that sounds more fun already. I'm still not sure about tactics, though. Oh, I know. I asked Camilla to teach me about makeup. How about you learn with me? Makeup is essential to looking mature, right? Now that's a grown-up thing to do. How often should we meet up? The more the better. We don't know how long we have until we return home. Oh, yeah. Someday we'll have to go back, won't we? And that means we won't be able to see each other anymore. Oh, I would hate that. We finally became friends. Okay, Elise, let's promise each other something. Even after we go back to our own worlds, we vow to someday meet again. Yes, I promise. I promise to come see you again, Lissa. I wonder if we'll be as mature as our big sisters by then. I'm sure of it. I'll be so mature, just like Camilla, you won't even recognize me. I can't wait to see. I bet you'll be even prettier than her. You really think so? But I bet you'll be even more graceful, so I'm excited to see you again. I can't wait to visit you after this. I'll bring the sweets.
Gravity incarnate, binder of all things. I release your curse.
Lord Leo, what are you doing there with Brynhild?
Hello, Lind. I was just practicing. Are you interested in Brynhild?
Of course. I've heard stories about a tome only wielded by Norian royalty.
And I'm intrigued by your tome. Aura, right? It may be similarly restricted. I know. If you don't mind, would you consider trading tomes?
To try each other's magic? I'm not sure if you can use mine, though.
Maybe my being from another world will get around it. Only one way to find out. Would it be alright if I test out Aura first?
Sure. Let's see what happens.
Blast! It doesn't respond to me at all. Is there something I need to focus on?
Well, become one with the light. If you unify with Aura, its power is open to you.
One with the light? I'd always regarded light as magic, not as a thing itself.
No, you must embrace and ascend into the light. Once you're filled with its power, you release it. That's the trick.
I see. I think. So in other words, it's impossible for me to use Aura. I need more knowledge of light magic. Beyond any magical restriction, your tome demands great ability to wield it. You have a keen affinity for light magic. It's no wonder your father left you this.
Oh my! Such words from a mage of your high caliber. Lord Leo, I'm speechless.
Well, pull yourself together, Lind, and then give Brynhild a try.
Yes, sir! Gravity incarnate, binder of all things, I release your curse. Nothing? Really?
Indeed. The words alone are not all there is, you see. You call on the vitality of the planet and drive it to, say, ripen tomatoes.
Ripen tomatoes. While appetizing, it's hard to imagine making that happen. Is it like sending your power to the plants to make them bear fruit?
It's not just your power you use. You channel that of the earth. And if you add your own magic to that, you can increase the effect. Gravity incarnate, binder of all things. I release your curse. Your power is mine! Or, well, something like that. Get it?
Sorry, it may be too difficult for me. Brynhild's power is so profound. Even if I could get the basics figured out, I could never master it as you have. Such difficult magic at your command. You're a genius, Lord Leo. And your grasp of battle strategy is without equal.
You're a fantastic asset to the army yourself, Lind. And not just as a powerful mage, though I believe your skills compare to my own.
It makes me happy to hear you say that. Let's keep working hard as mages so that we can be useful to everyone.
We can overcome any hardship with the combined power of our magic.
Whoa! So you're saying you were asleep for 1,000 years?
Yep, that's right.
You must have been so well rested. I always wake up during the night.
It actually wasn't that great. I was trapped in a nightmare. I was all by myself. It was lonely.
1,000-year nightmare? That does sound rough. If I was around, I would have curled up beside you to keep you company. Hey, let's bunk together from now on. So if you have a nightmare, I'll be right there.
I think I would enjoy that,
But what?
Someday, we'd have to say goodbye. Becoming friends will make going back to separate worlds that much harder. Just the thought of not being able to see you anymore is bad enough.
We'll see each other again, Tiki. I know because something similar happened to me before. I used to sneak out of the castle and meet up with my friend Effie. I got in big trouble when the royal guards found out. I couldn't go into town anymore, and Effie couldn't come to the castle. We had to stop seeing each other just as the two of us had become friends.
Being forced apart like that must have been hard.
It was super tough. But just as I was hoping to see her the most, she returned. Effie had become a royal guard so she could see me. She said it took a crazy amount of training. She had to run up rivers against the stream and lift rocks under waterfalls.
That's amazing. She must have really missed you. If we get separated, I'll do whatever I can to bring us back together. I'll see you again, even if I must cleave through mountains and jump through fire.
And I'll do everything I can to see you again, too. No matter how long it takes, and no matter what gets in my way. I'll wait for you as long as I can, even if it's another 1,000 years. But if we can't see each other again, we'll still be friends. Whenever we get lonely, we can just think of each other and be together. I'll think of you all the time, Elise. So don't be afraid of separating, because you'll be okay no matter what. You got it. But for now, we can still bunk together, right? Of course. If you have a nightmare, I'll curl up beside you. Thank you, Elise. I'm gonna sleep great tonight. I just know it.
Lissa, could you bring me that bow?
Sure thing. And what about this sword here?
Oh, yes. I haven't repaired that one.
What is it?
There's a bug. A huge bug, and it's squirmy.
A bug? Where?
It's right by your feet. Hold still, and I shall exterminate it.
It's near me. Ah, gross! What the? Oh, yuck! It is squirmy. Lucina, help!
I will not let it bring you harm, Lissa. I will change your fate, and that of this bug.
Wait, Lucina, that's the falchion.
Father's sword. I couldn't possibly sully it by slaying a bug.
It's coming for you. Our talking has given it an opening.
A crafty foe. No, don't come over here.
Ugh, it really is gross. But I guess it's up to me to defeat it. Have some of this.
Lissa, don't swing your axe so wildly. We're in a tent.
But these are desperate times.
My only recourse is to sacrifice my cape. I will immobilize the enemy and crush it.
But if you do that, you'll never be able to wear that cape again.
I won't let it lay a finger, leg, whatever on you. Now prepare your... Wait, it's gone. Did it escape through an opening?
Phew, what a relief. This whole ordeal has left me drained.
That was the most exhausting battle I fought in ages. I apologize I could not act sooner. Next time, I will obliterate it. What are you laughing at?
Oh, it just dawned on me how funny it was for us to panic over a silly bug.
You're right. For some reason, it was kind of fun. But I don't think it was the bug's doing. I have always hated them.
You're just like me. I can't stand them either. Playing around like this makes me feel like we're really family, Lucina.
That does have a nice ring to it.
I wonder, do we have any other similarities? A favorite food or a talent? We must! After all, you're my time travel future niece!
I'm sure you're right. We're alike in more ways than...
What's the matter? By my feet? Another bug? Ah!
Just leave it to me, Lissa. This time, I shall strike a fatal blow for sure.
Oh, yes! I found some great fabrics today. But what should I make? It's dark, so it would make nice formal wear. Maybe Saizo would like it. But it's a bit cute. Dark, high quality, cute. I'll use it for Princess Elise.
Huh? Did you say my name, Oboro? Oh, hey! You look nice today.
I guess you're right. For some reason, I just don't make that face around you. But anyway, give us a quick twirl.
A twirl? Like this?
Just like that. Thanks, that was perfect.
Well, I don't know what it was perfect for, but I'm glad to help out.
It's still strange to think of Nor as an ally. But I have to admit that the Norian look is so fashionable.
Really? The stuff we wear just seems normal to me. Like this outfit. I just threw it together. No biggie.
You designed that look yourself? Tell me, have you created anything else?
Well, sure. Lots of all-black outfits. But I like the lighter stuff, too. Like fluffy dresses. I especially love the super cute white summer dress I made. I grew out of it, but I'm hoping to give it to someone who has a daughter.
A fluffy white summer dress. That's fit for a princess?
Yeah, it took me a while to find the right balance of fluffy and formal.
Oh, I see. I wonder if it's anything like the yukata we wear in Hoshido. The Norians have such great clothes. I can't let them outdo Hoshido. Princess Elise, would you mind showing me some of your outfits sometime?
Not at all. I want to see some Hoshidan kimonos. There are lots of types, right?
That's right. I'm surprised you know about them.
I was curious, so I read all about Hoshido at the castle library. Aside from kimonos, I know you have lots of yummy food and beautiful buildings.
You have no idea how glad it makes me to hear you know these things. When I finish tailoring this, would you do me the honor of wearing it?
You're making me a dress? Are you sure you want me to have it?
Not a dress. I'm going to make you a kimono inspired by Norian fashion, as a symbol of friendship between Nor and Hoshido.
If it means our kingdoms may get along, I'll wear it for sure. Wouldn't it be so cute if I could get my whole family to wear kimonos? And then we could all get together with the Hoshidan royal family. I can't wait to introduce you to all of them as my best friend.
Thank you, Princess Elise. I will wear the title with pride.
Ah, Lucina. I prepared some tea and a little snack for you.
Oh, well, thank you, Frederick.
Additionally, I have repaired the seams in your tent and done some tidying up.
Thank you. But really, that's too much. You shouldn't have.
Nonsense. It is my duty. Incidentally, how long would your ideal scarf be?
Now, this is really too much. Frederick, I can knit my own scarf. Hand that over.
No, that's for Crom.
What? Oh no! It's unraveling!
Do not move. The yarn is tangled, but I believe it can be salvaged.
No! Ugh, there goes the whole ball of yarn. I'm sorry, Frederick. I've messed it all up. This will take forever to untangle.
No, it's my fault. Clearly the knitting wasn't tight enough. But please, leave the untangling to me. You should not be doing menial work. Your time is better spent doing more important things.
Frederick, I appreciate your help, but you can't dote on me like this. There are others who need your aid more than I do.
Well, I would defer to Crom's judgment. Ah, of course. You must be speaking of Crom himself. Is that what you meant?
Yes. Imagine if something happened while you were busy with me. I won't be the straw that breaks the Pegasus's back. Meaning you, obviously.
Yes, I understand this expression. But you must know that protecting you is as important as protecting Crom. That doesn't mean I will neglect my duties to Crom, though. Not ever.
I'm so glad to hear you say that. I've been feeling so guilty.
Do you find it hard, depending on others?
Well, yes. I suppose I share my father's responsibility to defend our people. I feel I should not rely on anyone else. And I guess I can be a bit stubborn.
Surely I have demonstrated that you can rely on me, Lucina. And moreover, I'm not the only one who can help. So please, allow all of us to serve you and do not feel guilty for accepting it.
Yes. Thank you again, Frederick. I will do my best. That said, you must not worry yourself with such trivial things, like knitting.
But I enjoy knitting.
Well, that makes two of us.
I suppose, if you insist.
We can finish knitting this scarf together.
Very well. Now, let me show you a little secret called Knit 1, Purl 2.
Cordelia, is something the matter? You're looking at me a little funny.
Oh, I am? Sorry. It's just that your movements are so similar to Crom's. It's kind of mesmerizing.
Really? In what ways are they similar?
Well, for example, you sheathe your swords exactly the same way.
That's quite specific. Is there anything else?
The way you use your finger to turn the pages of a book. And how you both slice meat to such a deliberate thickness. The number of times you blink and... oh, the way your hair twists into cowlicks.
I had no idea you were watching my father or me so closely. I suppose I should be grateful. I never noticed little details like that. So if not for you, all those quirks we have in common would have escaped me.
How funny. Every time I look at you, I can't help but see traces of your father.
Do you think that means one day I could be as amazing as he is?
You're already amazing. Like I said, you two have a lot in common.
I understand that we have a lot of the same habits, but He's a man of character and an amazing swordsman. I'm eons behind him.
You have nothing to worry about, Lucina. Greatness is in your blood.
I don't know. We're technically the same age, and look at him. He's perfect.
Your father's anything but perfect. Even he'd admit that. Besides, you shouldn't obsess over being perfect. I learned that from Crom. Everyone has their shortcomings. That's why we need and must support our allies.
Yes, that makes sense. And it takes some of the pressure off. I do always try my best to be a sufficient and reliable ally.
You are. Our friendship has already been a source of strength for me.
Really? That's so good to hear.
Lucina, you're young, smart, beautiful. Keep working hard and you'll be fine.
Beautiful? That means a lot coming from you. You're the most beautiful woman I know. I'm sure my father feels the same way.
You think so? Not that I care or anything. I guess it's nice to get that confidence boost.
I can't imagine you needing a boost of confidence. But if you ever do, I hope you know I'm always happy to sing your praises.
Thank you, Lucina. I think we both have plenty to be confident about.
You know what? I believe you're right.
Step right up. Everything in the store is half price today and today only. Oh, wow. If it isn't Robin. Take a look around. We've got quite a selection.
It's so busy in here. Are you sure I won't be distracting you?
Of course not. Any friend of mine is considered a VIP.
Let's have a look then. Oh, wow. You weren't kidding about that sale.
No, I wasn't. And there's an additional discount for regular customers.
Really? You're basically giving this stuff away. How can this be? This sword is so light, it almost feels like a toy.
Ah, Mistletoe. A legendary swordsman once used it to save an entire village.
Does that story fool anyone, Anna? Though it would be good for defense.
Give it a swing. It's got a lot of power. I'll even let you borrow it if you want.
Ha! No thanks. I think it's meant for someone a little more pretentious. But this spear is pretty interesting. Are those shells?
Right now you're holding the Summer of Bones, a legend in the southern lands. It flies completely straight when thrown, and is known to make its wielder sigh.
And that's a selling point? Huh. A throwing spear with shells. Weird.
Maybe, but one attack with a spear can incapacitate a tactician instantly.
A tactician? I'll just put this down then. Weapons from this world are impressive. I've seen some take out multiple enemies in one blow without taking any damage.
You don't have weapons in your world that can do that?
No, I'm used to a weapon breaking after you use it over and over again.
Yikes! Weapons from your world sound super inconvenient.
No, it just means you have to treat them with care. Bond with them.
I bet if I took these weapons to your world, I'd make a killing.
What? How would you even get them there?
Leave the business plans to the experts, Robin. You got here, didn't you? All I have to do is figure that out, and then boom, I'll be swimming in cash.
But wearing down your enemy's weapons is a battle tactic.
So you're saying I might face some resistance on the other end? Huh. Well, once they see what these babies can do, they'll be lining up for one. As a thank you for giving me this idea, I guess I should give you a profit share.
Really? Well, thank you, Anna. You really are quite the businesswoman.
Hey, there are no discounts for flattery, except on the mistletoe.
No offense, but you couldn't pay me to take that sword.
Lucina? You're staring again.
Sorry, I thought I was being subtle.
At first it was kind of funny, but you really gotta get over this.
I know, it's just you look so much like her.
My sister in your world?
Right.
Okay then, who's cuter, her or me?
That's a difficult question, because you're both you.
I'll just ask Crom. He's also met a couple of Annas in his world, I think.
Yes, I've heard him talk about that. I guess they're all merchants too.
Wait, so you weren't talking about one of my sisters in Crom's world? Then which Anna were you talking about?
Well, I lived in the future of my father's world. I apologize, it's very confusing.
So the Anna you met, the one that looks just like me, is...
A different Anna from the future.
Okay, I get it now. So, what is Anna from the future like?
Like you, she's a merchant. I went to her shop all the time. Or I guess she was. My world was destroyed by Grima, the Fell Dragon. As far as I know, the only ones who survived were my friends and me.
That means my sister might be... dead?
Honestly, I don't know what happened to her. I do know that when Elise fell, not a lot of people got out. I'm sorry. I wish I could have saved her.
There's no need to apologize to me. And, I don't know, maybe she's still out there.
I hope that's the case.
Seriously, my sisters and I, we're tough. Look at us. Somehow we're able to live under any and every conceivable tyranny.
I guess when you put it that way, she's probably fine.
Yup, and I'm sure she understood why you couldn't save her yourself. I bet she loved you, Lucina. How could she not? I know I could never be mad at you.
Oh, Anna.
So don't worry about it, okay?
Yes, okay. And thank you. You know, I believe our friendship is somehow connected to the other Anna. Maybe that's why I felt so close to you since we first met. It almost feels like a gift from Anna of my world, and from you.
Well then, you're welcome.
Good morning, Robin. Robin, wake up! I have to talk to you about something really important.
Crom. Next battle,
Well, not that important, I guess. It's about our powers.
Crom, no!
Robin, it's me, Tiki. Are you okay?
I must live alongside.
Oh, Robin, you're sweating like crazy, and you're so pale.
Why did this happen to me?
It's just a dream, Robin. It's just a dream. Wake up. Please wake up.
Tiki, what are you... What's going on?
Shh, shh. It was just a dream. Yeesh. You had me worried there for a second.
Oh, yeah, I must have overslept. Thanks for waking me up.
You were talking in your sleep just now. Something about Crom.
No matter how many times I have this dream, I can't recall details.
Really? That happens to me too. In my dreams, I turn into an uncontrollable monster that attacks all my friends. The next thing I know, I wake up to the sound of my voice screaming, "Don't!"
Those dreams sound awful.
They are. I barely ever sleep because I'm always afraid it'll happen again.
Me too. I've had this nightmare many times.
Hey, that's another thing we have in common. Actually, that's what I came here to talk to you about.
Oh? What else do you think we have in common?
Well, I can't put my finger on it, but I feel like I've known you for a really long time. That maybe our powers are linked.
That's funny. I've had the same feeling about you. Like we're kind of the same, but also completely different.
Exactly. Whatever this force is that's binding us, it's pretty special.
It is. Hey, talking to you has made me forget all about that nightmare. I bet if we stick together, our nightmares don't stand a chance.
Yeah, tell me the next time you want to take a nap. I'll keep those bad dreams away.
I'll do that. And of course, I'd be happy to return the favor.
I'm loving this plan.
I have a feeling we have a lot of good dreams in our future.
Me too, Robin.
Thank you for your reinforcements, Lord Marth. Just what I'd expect from the Hero King. It is an honor to share your battlefield.
Please, Lucina. I did nothing to warrant such praise.
You showed up when I needed you most. It was just as the legends say. Rescuing your allies and driving back your foes in one fell swoop.
Beloved not only by his comrades, but known to charm his enemies as well.
I assure you, those stories are greatly exaggerated.
That cannot be. I grew up believing in these tales. Hero King Marth was the hope for all who lived in my world. That's why I took your name and fought to spread that hope.
But you must realize, not everything is as the legends say.
Well, I guess you are a bit different from what I imagined. It said you slew a dragon, so I pictured you as a relentless warrior. But in reality, you're calm and kind, and you care for your friends. And you just... I mean, you're amazing! That's what I'm trying to say.
When you put it that way, it makes me very uncomfortable.
And so humble, too.
If you say so. If I may change the subject, why did you use my name? You would make a fine leader in your own right. I'm sure people would have rallied behind you on your own merits.
I needed a strong symbol of hope. The fell dragon seized control of my world and plunged it into despair. Your name was the only one capable of raising spirits and support. As I said, Lord Marth, your legend is hope itself.
I see. Lucina, you've been through some truly difficult battles.
I have. And I think, above all others, the person who benefited from your name, well, I think it was me. Calling myself Marth gave me the courage of the true Hero King. I'm sorry. I felt the need to apologize since we first met. Even if it was to save my future, using your name was selfish.
No apology necessary. If it was that useful, I'm more than glad. Besides, I'm certain your deeds were worthy of my name.
Thank you, Marth. You have always been a great source of strength, even now.
But looking at you here, it seems you never needed my name to begin with. Judging from your strength, you will one day give rise to your own legend.
I don't...
I must do my best as well, so I too can become the Hero King you aspire to be. There is no telling what awaits me after this. I must be ready for anything.
Since I've been given the honor of fighting alongside you, I will give everything I have to bring my skill closer to yours, even if just a little.
Let us fight with all we have, for both our futures.
Robin, are you okay after that fight? Let me take a look.
I'm fine, thanks to you. You don't need to worry about me so much. Not all tacticians are helpless in battle. I've been in plenty of fights. I can take care of myself out there.
I'm sorry, you're right. Force of habit, I guess.
That's a pretty intense habit. You watched me like a hawk. Not a single enemy got anywhere near me. What makes you so intent on protecting me?
I'm just used to fighting that way. In my homeworld, I always kept the tactician close and safe. You triggered my natural instinct.
So you travel with a tactician in your homeworld too?
I do, and they're every bit as brilliant as you. Actually, you have a lot in common.
I'd like to meet this tactician someday if I can. I'd love to compare theories on war and tactics and devise new strategies.
I'd be glad to introduce you, but I must warn you, they can be a bit aloof. I'm not even sure they would carry on a conversation with you.
Ah, the strong but silent type. But you're on good terms, right?
Well, sort of. They're always very quiet, even on the battlefield. Not everyone needs to talk to issue orders.
I'm sorry, what? How does one order the troops without words?
Good question. I can somehow always tell. It's like there's an invisible arrow.
Are we talking about telepathy? This sounds like a very advanced tactician.
I couldn't tell you. What I do know is that they're still in training.
How strange. Though they do sound very important to you.
So you understand why I get this sudden urge to protect you. You may not like it, but protecting you will make me feel better.
Something tells me you won't take no for an answer. But I can't just stand around and let others fight for me. I want to be just as good as your telepathic tactician.
I'm sure you can get there. But no matter how good you get, you'll still let me protect you, right?
Of course, Lynn. If it'll make you feel better, I'll rely on you from now on.
Just leave it to me, Robin.
You look nice today, Cordelia. But then you always look beautiful.
Oh, Thank you?
You even make crushing an enemy look ladylike. I don't know how you do it.
You want something, don't you?
Not at all. I just think you're amazing. And I hope one day I'll be as beautiful a lady as you.
You keep using that word beautiful. I'm not sure the description really fits me.
Of course it does. Honestly, I think it falls short. Even my brother thinks so. He's always going on and on about you. How you're a hard worker, talented, on and on. He really likes you.
Huh? He likes me?
Maybe he used the word admire. One of the two.
Ah, so he respects me. Yes, that makes more sense. In any case, I'm honored to receive Crom's praise. Thank you.
No problem.
You know, Lissa, your own hard work hasn't escaped my notice.
Yeah, I guess I try hard at stuff.
It's just one of your many wonderful qualities.
Really? Like what else?
Like just now. You're so excitable and sweet and innocent.
But that's all little kid stuff. I want to be a mature lady like you. You know, smart, kind, generous.
Well, you're those things too. I think you're just as strong as me.
Really?
Of course. Every day you remind me more and more of Exalt Emerin. Your strength, your kindness. I'm reminded of her every time I look at you.
I don't know. We're so different.
Maybe, but you're still sisters. You have more similarities than differences.
You know what? You're right. But even apart from that, you're still my #1 role model.
Then I will try to be a lady worthy of your admiration.
I can't wait till I'm a beautiful lady like you. Then we'll be best friends.
Oh, Lissa, we already are.
Good day, Foggy Brain Robin.
Hello, Niles. I told you I don't care for that nickname, didn't I? Look, I know that amnesia is hard to believe. Even Frederick was skeptical at first.
Oh no, I believe you. No memories at all, except for Lord Crom's name. Uh-huh.
Yes, that was strange. How did you know about that anyway?
Oh, I've done my research. You see, I've got a personal interest in whether or not amnesia is real. I suppose if you are telling the truth, I'm more than a little jealous.
Jealous of my memory loss? Why would you feel that way?
What if the memories you lost were unpleasant? Imagine the worst thing possible. Now try to forget it. Do you understand?
Yes, I think I do, but still. Even if my past was shameful or difficult, and everyone hated me, I think I'd still want to know. Good or bad, it's part of who I am.
Interesting. I've plenty of experience spotting liars. And now I believe you. And that leaves me with the jealousy. I'd gladly lose all my memories. What I'd give to forget the slums. The filthy money, the lies, and the blood. When I take a walk down memory lane, it's like visiting a garbage dump.
Gods, I'm sorry to hear that. But don't those experiences help you appreciate what you've got now? Surely you've made some happy memories along the way.
Yes, there are a few. Such as the time I first met Lord Leo. I do treasure the time I've spent with him. After all, he gave me a place to live, and a reason to live. Still, those are the only ones I need. Trash the rest. I don't care.
Well, I think you've proved my point. You've had some good times too. I treasure the memories I've made since meeting Crom and the others. They took me in, much like Lord Leo took you in. So I try not to dwell on the past, and I remain grateful for the present.
Robin, you sound like a preacher trying to swindle me out of coin.
What?
But I like that about you. So whether you're being sincere or not, I am sincerely glad to have met you.
Well, thank you, Niles. Despite the unfortunate nickname you've given me, I'm glad to have met you. I hope we can make new memories in this world, ones we can both treasure.
Robin, you've fallen ill.
Well, that's news to me. I feel just fine.
Oh, you don't have to hide it from me. After all, I know everything about you.
Everything? Like what?
Well, this morning you slept in a whole 9 minutes and 26 seconds.
You keep track of the seconds?
Of course. You chewed each bite of breakfast 8 more times than usual. And you used a whole half bucket more of water to wash your face.
Why do you keep track of such trivial things? You really do know everything.
Last night, you tossed 8 times in your sleep and turned 6 times.
Well, that would explain... Wait! Are you saying you didn't sleep last night?
Don't make this about me. We're talking about you and your health. But you can relax. I have just the thing to make you all better.
You're gonna cast another curse on me, aren't you?
I already cast a hex to purify any evil spirits.
Of course you have. But when?
I'll also prepare a hex to help you sleep so you can wake up feeling refreshed.
With this many hexes, I'll have nothing to worry about.
But that's still not enough. We never know when someone else may curse you. I'll prepare numerous counter curses and be ready at a moment's notice.
Is there even anyone out there who wants to curse me? Aside from you, that is? Tharja, I appreciate your help, but isn't watching over me like this exhausting? I feel guilty knowing that you're going to such great lengths just for me.
I do this because I want to. You've nothing to feel guilty about.
But why is it you pamper me so much?
Because you're my fated one, of course.
Oh, yeah. Fated one, right.
Why, I've been watching over you since I first laid eyes upon you.
As you never fail to mention. You know you're special to me too, right?
I am?
I've been watching you too, and I see how hard you've been working. You use your magic for the good of everyone, not just me.
So you found out about the hexes I cast on everyone.
You work harder than anyone else here, so take a break once in a while.
Well, maybe I'll tone it down. A little.
And in exchange, I'll watch over you. We can support each other from now on.
You are going to watch over me? Watching each other, day in, day out? You really are my fated one.
Lissa! Perfect timing. Is there something you need? Well, I have enough weapons already. Maybe some cooking supplies? That wouldn't have been my first guess. Why do you want those? I'm not a very good cook, but I've always wanted to learn. So I probably start with a pot or something, right? Oh, you've triggered my business alarm. I have just the thing. Great. What is it? I call it Anna's School of Cheffery. Cheffery? Oh, like how to cook. You teach that? Sure. Nowadays, selling skills has a way better return on investment than items. Selling skills? Return on investment? This sounds complicated. Oh, it's exceedingly simple, trust me. You pay, I teach, you learn. Money will be raining from the sky! But are you a good enough cook to teach people how? Once you're the first to sign up for a course, we'll find out together, won't we? I'll even give you a first student discount. Just spread the word about the class. When everyone tastes your amazing cooking, my class will fill right up. Ah, I get it. In return for the lesson, I'll be a living advertisement. You catch on quick. Now let's get cooking. Anna, I was on chef duty yesterday. How was the meal? I'm worried I used too much heat. Well, it was a little well done, but the rich flavor covered it up. Whew, thank you, Anna. You're a good cook and a good teacher. Aw, you're making me blush. Teaching is no different than running a business. Don't be so humble. I've been telling everyone how great your class was. They all seemed pretty jealous. I think your new business is about to take off.
Yeah, people have been asking me about it non-stop. You're a regular sales magnet. Maybe I should get you to promote my shop, too.
Oh, I didn't do anything. The food spoke for itself. But I'd be glad to help your shop.
Well, you've got yourself a new job. Wait, will I have to pay you?
Teaching me how to cook was payment enough.
In that case, I'll cram you full of kitchen expertise.
I'd love to learn how to cook all sorts of meals, and desserts, too.
Who knows? Maybe one day you'll graduate to teaching. The school will expand, more students will enroll, and I'll get filthy rich.
Just leave it to me. You keep teaching, and I'll keep cooking.
Pardon me, Prince Marth. Let me clean that up.
Oh, very well. Actually, I was going to get that eventually.
Oh, I don't mind. This is the sort of work I handle, my lord.
Are you sure? I don't want to get used to having others do work for me.
I see. But did your former retainers not handle these sorts of things?
Why would you assume that?
Pardon me if I've offended you, but is that not what retainers are for? Surely you were surrounded by capable and trustworthy ones.
Yes, of course. But they were talented knights, not mere servants. Jagan, my guardian, Abel with his steady hand, and Cain, what a temper on him. I owe a great deal to all of them.
Do you speak of the bull and the panther? Those names are legend in my time. To think I never connected them to you. As a retainer myself, I was raised on stories of their craft and service.
That is comforting to hear. They are all deserving of such honor. But you, Frederick, are just as talented and dependable as they. And your relationship with Lord Crom is a model of harmony and respect.
My lord, I'm honored. Truly, such praise coming from you. Your kind heart knows no limit. The bull and the panther are lucky to have you.
I admit I'm a bit jealous that you and Crom are united here.
Yes, I suppose I am quite lucky. My lord, in the absence of your retainers, perhaps you would allow me to serve. My first duty is still to Crom, of course, but maybe I could be of some help.
Thank you, Frederick. I would be foolish to turn down such an offer. Mind you, I don't require anyone to hold my hand. But I am pleased to know I can rely on your strength and courage.
Of course, my lord. My arm is yours.
There is one condition, however. You must allow me to do something in return. Perhaps I could help with your work, or fight by your side on the battlefield. Not as your master, but as a friend walking the same path.
Thank you, my lord. As you said earlier, I would be foolish to turn down such an offer. You can count on my support going forward, as a friend.
Very well. With our combined strength, we shall overcome anything in our path.
Indeed. Onward, my lord. I mean, Marth. May I call you Marth?
Lady Sita, I finished polishing your equipment. I also took care of the fitting.
Oh, why thank you, Cordelia. I hope you know that you don't really need to do all that for me.
I do, but I can't help it. You're my idol. You're Lady Sita, the legendary Pegasus Knight.
Legendary? That's a little excessive. The only legend I've ever associated myself with is that of Prince Marth.
Don't be so modest. You soar with perfect grace. Your shadow alone inspires fear in your foes below. And your kindness has swayed even the hearts of your enemies, they say.
Now you're exaggerating, though I appreciate the compliment. You command a great deal of respect as well, Cordelia. I'd love to possess your bravery, skill in scouting, organizational abilities.
Really? It's an honor to hear you say that. Would you mind if I asked you something, Lady Sita?
Of course not. What would you like to know?
I heard this legend. It was about 3 Pegasus Knights, sisters. It said they could join forces and perform a powerful special attack. Would you happen to know of them by chance? I believe they lived in your time.
Are you speaking of the White Wings of Macedon's Pegasus Knights?
So they do exist! I've wanted to learn their technique ever since I heard the legends.
I've seen them use the maneuver you're talking about, but I'm sorry to tell you, I never learned it myself.
Oh, So you probably wouldn't be able to teach it to me then. Unless... Well, you have seen it, right? Maybe you could recreate it.
Maybe. However, you need 3 people to perform the move, like the sisters.
You, Lady Hinoka, and I are all Pegasus Knights. We could do it. We'd simply need to learn how to harmonize our movements. Don't you think it would be worthwhile to at least give it a try?
I suppose. I guess I never really considered it before. But why not? I think our bonds are strong enough to make it work. I must say, your passion is infectious, Cordelia. Let's find Lady Hinoka and get started right away.
Really? I can't believe that I get to learn this move alongside my idol. If we do manage to pull it off, it'll be like achieving 2 lifelong dreams at once.
Oh, here comes trouble.
I've never once been in trouble, Niles. You, on the other hand.
Oh, anyway, what's on your mind? Something dirty, I hope.
In a manner of speaking, I came to talk to you about your demeanor. You've been making some people uncomfortable around here.
Is that so? And I assume these people have been complaining about me? Are you sure they weren't just trying to get a reaction? You know, say something dirty to Frederick and watch him blush.
Do you expect me to see your point? Even if there weren't complaints, I don't approve of your behavior.
Oh dear, Frederick doesn't approve. Sorry, I can't say that I care.
May I ask why you insist on behaving like a child?
Perhaps because I was never afforded a warm, happy childhood. Besides, I've been good. I can be a lot worse. Trust me.
So what's holding you back?
Well, if I were to do more serious damage, I believe Lord Leo would be disappointed in me.
Then you actually do care what someone else thinks? Fascinating.
If you say so. Anyway, that's why I've been so restrained. I limit my fun to merely embarrassing people, or surprising them hilariously.
But don't you see, even that is too much. If you truly wish to make Lord Leo proud, you must change your ways.
Thankfully, my lord is kind enough to accept me as I am. There's no need for me to change.
So you think. We'll see what he says after he hears my thorough report.
I have an idea. Anytime I feel the need to make someone uncomfortable, I'll come to you.
I don't like where this is going.
Are you not willing to bear this burden for the greater good?
I can handle any burden.
Yes. We shall see what you can take, Mr. Frederick.
If this means you'll leave the others alone, I accept.
Splendid! Oh, this will be fun. I can't wait to see the look on your face every time we meet.
You drew laundry duty, huh, Cordelia? Need some help? You've still got the weapon inspection after all.
Thanks, Oboro. I don't want to take your time, but could you grab those baskets?
Got it. Just leave it to... Oh, whoa, that's a lot of laundry.
Yeah, everyone's been training extra hard, so no one's really taking the time. Those 2 are still going at it over there. You can see them all the way from here.
Is that Prince Crom and Frederick? Do they spar one-on-one often?
Frederick likes to keep an eye on Crom so he can scold him for breaking things. He's been especially destructive lately. It's driving Frederick crazy.
Speaking to you always reminds me that Elysians have such strong personalities. Aside from Crom, there's that brilliant tactician, right?
Yes, Robin's tactical senses are not to be trifled with.
And then there's that weirdo swordsman who speaks like a total goofball.
That's Owain. He can be a bit overdramatic at times. But isn't there a Norian who talks like he's in some weird stage play too? And that guy whose collar is always inside out. What's that about?
Well, that's the Norians for you. A bunch of no-account know-nothings.
Are you okay, Oboro? Something strange is happening with your face.
Sorry. My face sort of does that on its own when I talk about Norians.
Oh, my. Well, in that case, let's talk about someone who's not Norian. Like Lord Ryoma. He seems awfully strong. And then there's Lord Takumi.
Yes, Lord Takumi. He treats his retainers with such kindness. He recently traveled to the south and bought souvenirs for Hinata and me.
Oh, there. Please don't cry. It, makes me uncomfortable.
Sorry, Cordelia. It's just remembering that. Couldn't help it.
You really care for him, huh? You're totally overcome at just the thought.
Well, you're one to talk, aren't you? I've seen how you cling to Prince Crom's side during battle.
Sure, but our relationship isn't as clear-cut as liege and retainer. I respect Crom, and I vowed to fight for him. Crom is a strong and kind leader, and an amazing soldier.
True, though he doesn't act very royal all that often. But I guess that's why he's so easy to approach. He isn't trying, he's just him.
Exactly. I'm glad you understand what makes Crom such a good leader. But I guess the differences between him and Takumi are clear. Lord Takumi's so gallant, and he really seems to care for his retainers.
You got that right. There's no finer person in the world than Lord Takumi. I guess we're more alike than I thought, to each fight for someone we care for. Sounds like we're kindred spirits to me.
Kindred spirits? You really think so? That's quite the honor.
Every time I see you, Anna, you're hard at work. Don't you ever take a day off?
Don't worry about me, Sita. I can take care of myself. Even if I had free time, I wouldn't know what to do with it.
Oh, I thought you would have a boyfriend or something.
A boyfriend? Why would you think that?
I guess because, well, the Anna I know in my world has a boyfriend, so I just figured you had one too.
Interesting. Have you ever met this boyfriend?
Yes. His name is Jake. Actually, he was a soldier in our enemy's forces.
Oh, did you have to fight him?
Not at all. In fact, he's a pacifist and was a conscientious objector at the time. I thought he might like Anna, so I did a little matchmaking. I have something of a magic touch when it comes to matters of the heart.
He sounds pretty great. I wish you introduced him to me first.
I'm not sure your sister would have liked that very much. But I guess it shouldn't be a surprise to me that you have the same taste.
Oh, we probably do, don't we? That's kind of embarrassing.
Is there anyone in this world you've had your eye on?
Huh? My eye? Not really. Work keeps me pretty busy, so...
Oh, come on, Anna. There has to be someone you're interested in.
There's not. And I'll have you know, Sita, that that's just fine with me.
Don't be so defensive. I'm curious, that's all.
I had no idea you were such a busybody. Fine, I'll admit it. I wouldn't mind a little romance, I suppose.
If that's the case, then maybe you could start by working a little less.
Now you lost me.
Anna, you're bright and clever, not to mention very pretty. You're a catch.
And this has what to do with my work?
I bet men throw themselves at you all the time and you don't even notice.
You really think so? Well, I guess I'll start paying more attention then.
I am glad to hear it. Oh, I'm so excited for you. With all this war going on, I had no idea how much I needed a little intrigue.
So you're all right with me coming to you for dating advice, maybe?
All right with it? I'd love that!
I just used the word dating. Weird.
Marth, are you all right?
Yes, I'm fine. I made it through that last battle without major injury. I'm more relieved to see you unharmed. If anything happened to you, I wouldn't be able to face King Moston.
You shouldn't think about things like that.
I only wish to see you safely back to our world. To be honest, I would bar you from the battlefield if I could.
Marth, if we want to survive, we need every able fighter. Do you think I have no talent for battle?
Of course not. You are a remarkable fighter.
If that's not it, then what?
It's your talent that worries me. The more talented you are, the more battle you see, the more lives you take. I worry the burden of taking so many lives may be too much for you to bear.
Don't worry about me, Marth. I can shoulder any burden as long as you're by my side.
I'm glad to hear that. But with each battle comes the risk of...
Would you have me simply watch the fight from the sidelines?
Of course not, but I couldn't live with myself if you were hurt.
Well, maybe the great Prince Marth will wait in his castle during the next fight.
You can't just expect me to sit idly by and watch. Not while everyone puts themselves in such danger.
So you understand how I feel?
Sita, please.
If you fell in battle because I was not by your side, I don't think I could ever forgive myself.
I feel the same about you. I guess that's why we have such heated discussions.
We understand each other all too well. I'm sorry for getting so worked up.
It's fine. I think I deserved it, really. I simply want to keep you safe. That's my top priority.
Our priorities are one and the same. I want little more than to protect you. And I want this fighting to be over as soon as possible.
Then let's take each battlefield by each other's side. This fighting will be ended through our combined strength.
Yes, Marth. We'll see each other safely home.
Oh, what a strange house. It looks so different from the houses in our world.
Yes, it is awfully unique. It really reminds me we're in a foreign land.
Do you think Banban's seen this sort of thing before?
I don't imagine so. No matter how long Bantu has lived, it seems unlikely he's traveled worlds.
I wish he would have come with us. I want him to see all this new stuff.
You'll just have to take a good look and describe it all to him when we get back. I think it would make him happy to hear these stories from you.
You're right. I'll look at everything I can and tell him all about it. But when do you think we'll be able to go home? Do you think Bantu is sad that I'm not there?
I'm sure he's missing you quite a bit.
Oh, I knew it.
But he has a lot of new companions now as well. Our friends are still with him, so I'm sure he's doing just fine. How about you, Tiki? Are you missing him?
Yeah, not being able to see him is sad, but I'm the same as him. I'll be fine because I'm here with you, Mama. And we'll be together forever, right?
Of course. Together forever. Bantu is waiting for us to return, along with everyone else.
In that case, let's get back to our own world as soon as we can.
That's the right attitude to have. The enemy is gaining momentum. Battles will be tougher from here on. Let's work with our new allies and finish this fight as soon as we can.
You got it. I'll just be like, roar, and roast our enemies up good.
You'll be a fearsome opponent. Let's both give it all we've got. We can defeat enemies of any strength when we face them together.
I won't be scared as long as I'm here with you, Mama. And you're not scared as long as I'm here, right?
That's right. It's always a great relief to have you fighting by my side. When I heard that you had come to this world as well, I just knew we'd be fine.
I'm glad you're here too. Traveling with you is so much fun.
Let's help each other through this strange land.
Prince Marth, your kingdom is in Arcanea, correct?
That's right. I didn't realize you'd heard of it.
It's probably coincidence, but there's a land by the same name in my world. It should be at peace right now, but your country is at war, right?
Yes. The situation is beyond grave. Not only did I lose my own kingdom, but the entire continent is now fighting. So if I want to save my kingdom, I must save all the others as well.
That's pretty similar to the War of Shadows.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, never mind. It just reminds me of something else. The Arcanea of my world had a major war too. It lasted for years and there were many deaths. It was so tragic. It looks like you're resolved to fight, but I wonder if that's the best way. War takes such a toll on the people. Are there no peaceful solutions?
I often wish there were. But unfortunately, some foes simply cannot be reasoned with. My father fought for Arcanea, and he gave his life. So now it's up to me to carry on that fight. I was born a Prince of Altea, and it was my father's dying wish that I rule.
But just because you were born a prince doesn't mean you have to fight. War leads to more war, which leads to more tragedy. It's unending. And even if you survive this battle, you may not survive the next.
Even so, Celica, it is my choice to fight.
Is there no way to stop you?
I can't protect my loved ones by sitting on the sidelines. Nevertheless, you have opened my eyes to a new perspective.
I have?
Citizens dragged into war have more to lose than their lives. They can lose hope. I must have forgotten that, after so much time on the battlefield. We must fight for now, but I will keep the importance of peace in mind.
It makes me happy to hear you say that, Marth. And to know that someone like you believes peace after war is possible. I may not have much to offer, but at the very least, allow me to pray for your safety and that you achieve your goals.
Thank you, Celica. I'll do my best to see that your prayers are answered.
You're a model prince, Marth. You'd look good on a white steed.
What makes you say that?
You have a very noble air about you. It makes for a great leader. I'm a noblewoman, but I was raised on the plains, the opposite of in a castle. So I feel like the way I act can be unrefined, I guess.
Acting noble all the time isn't all it's cracked up to be. Don't worry too much. You have your own qualities that make you a fine leader.
Aw, you're just saying that to be nice.
I mean it. You have amazing strength, and you care deeply for those you protect. Such traits are noble in their own right, and more important than manners.
Thanks, Marth. That means a lot coming from you.
Your father was a respected chief, right? I'm sure you inherited some of his traits.
I'd like to think so. Too bad I didn't get any of my mother's beauty and grace.
I think you have your own type of beauty and grace. It's just less traditional. Your blade work reminds me of a dance, or a wind sweeping across the plains. I'm sorry if I said something to upset you.
No, it's fine. What you said threw me a little, that's all. I have a friend who once told me that same thing.
So I'm not the only one who sees it. Is this friend from your world?
Yes, his name is Ellawood. He's a noble with real compassion for his people. He's always been there for me, through thick and thin. I owe him so much. I used to hate nobles, but that all changed when I met him.
He must have recognized your good qualities the moment he met you. Those feelings grow along with the bond between friends. Ellawood and I both immediately realized how important you would be.
Okay, you're making me blush. It's easy for me to see why so many people follow you too, you know. So that said, would you mind being my mentor? I feel as though I must learn to act more nobly. And I want to wield my sword for others, not just myself, like you.
A fair request. But let's make a deal. I'll mentor you if you mentor me. Your swordplay is strong and flexible, and I admire your free, tenacious style.
So we'll both be mentor and mentee. I like the sound of that.
We'll fight, learn, and grow together. I look forward to it, Lynn. Is someone out here? Oh, Princess Azura. What has you up this late? You're as white as a sheet. Did something happen?
No, I'm fine. Just lost in thought is all. I'll return to my tent soon.
I'm actually having trouble sleeping myself. Would you mind if I sat with you? Perhaps you'd like to tell me what's keeping you up.
Well, I'm afraid you may find it a bit gloomy, but all right. I was thinking about Nor, the kingdom of my birth. The nighttime reminds me of it. You see, the whole kingdom is cloaked in perpetual darkness, just like this.
You're a princess of Nor, but you were raised in Hoshido. Is that correct?
It is. My father is the king of Nor, yet his retainers tormented my mother and me. Thinking of that place brings up more bad memories than good, and I get so... Well, let's not talk of such dark things. I'd hate for you to see me upset.
I came out here because I was worried, but I fear I'm just making things worse. So how about instead I tell you of my homeland, Altea? It's an island nation in West Arcanea, blessed with abundant greenery. But on a night much like this, I lost my country and my sister to our enemy. So when I return home, the fight to reclaim my homeland will continue.
You aren't very good at lightening the mood, Prince Marth.
I'm sorry. What I mean to say is that we're alike, you and I.
What makes you say that?
Nightfall brings a painful reminder of my home as well. But having you here with me makes it easier to carry that weight.
You've suffered through so much, yet it doesn't weigh you down. It's impressive.
Thank you, but I can't take sole credit. I couldn't continue fighting all on my own. It's the friends I've met and the memories we've made that allow me to carry on. For every painful memory, I've made a good one that gives me strength. So what about you, Princess Azura? Are painful memories all you have?
I do have some, but I have many happy ones as well. I remember my mother teaching me to sing, and I remember meeting Corin, and of course, meeting you here in this world, and spending time with you. Now that I think about it, maybe we are alike. My memories make me stronger, and I think it would be lovely to continue making memories just like these.
You took the words right out of my mouth. Even after I return home, I'll hold these memories dear and use them as strength.
Same here, Prince Marth. I'll never forget our time together.
I'm glad to hear that. We'll need all the help we can get in the coming battles.
I'll be sure to hold the memory of this conversation especially dear.
I'm surprised to see you training in a place like this. Even after coming to this world, you still prefer to spend your time alone.
This is true.
I'm sorry I got you caught up in all of this. If you hadn't been with me, you would still be back in our home world.
This is not your fault. Besides, there are plenty of strong foes to fight here. Keeps things interesting.
I'm glad to hear it. The allies we made here are strong. They're good people. They're reliable, not unlike our friends back home. Tell me, Navarre, when my war is over, will you leave?
What makes you think I'd do that?
Just a sense I have.
As observant as ever. I may leave.
As I thought. I'd prefer you stay with us, though. We'll still need your strength. Sita, myself, everyone in Altea. And if you're worried you'll run out of interesting fights, train as a knight. You could spend the rest of your life on the battlefield.
The rest of my life is a tall order.
May I ask why you would leave?
If I stay in one place, needless emotions will take root in my heart. They would dull my blade.
But emotions are just a part of being human.
It's simply how I live. I'm a killer, nothing more.
If that's how you truly feel. However, I will say this. You are no mere killer. I've never known you to turn your blade on an innocent or an ally. You fight for the protection of others. You're an irreplaceable friend.
You say that to everyone. I've no intention of leaving before your war is over.
Thank you, Navarre. It would be an even harder fight without you.
I'll continue to fight and win, if only to see the next battle.
Your strength is crucial to ensuring we all see the next battle. And when this war is over, I'd like you to consider what I said.
I will. Though it's doubtful my mind will change.
Excuse me, Princess Minerva, but the War Council is about to convene.
Ah, is it that late already? My apologies, Prince Marth.
Not at all. But my, what vigorous training that was. I must admit, I'm a bit jealous. Your martial prowess clearly exceeds my own.
Oh no, Prince Marth. It is I who is jealous. You have the power to lead many people. That is truly worthy of jealousy. As for me, I wonder if I'll have what it takes to lead Macedon once it's freed.
I should think someone like you would have that strength in abundance.
It's true that I have plenty of confidence when faced with battle, but beyond that...
I understand. Ruling a kingdom is no easy task. I know well your feelings of anxiety. I too fear I'm sorely lacking when it comes to leading my kingdom.
You?
It's true. However, along with my fear, I'm also filled with hope.
Hope can be powerful, but...
Even if I'm weak alone, I know I can do anything with my friends' help. If I'm joined by others who share my hopes, we can overcome any obstacle.
I'm working toward freeing Macedon, and others have joined me. But can our ability to liberate it translate to maintaining a lasting peace?
I believe it can. Though, of course, I have no real proof on that front.
I think I may understand my way forward. I must share my vision for Macedon with those who would work with me. And I must listen to all of their dreams and ideas as well. And if our opinions differ, we'll consider all sides and build from there.
Right. And by doing so, you'll all be sharing your goals in the fullest sense. It seems I was correct. You already have the strength your kingdom needs. And if you have friends to support you, I believe you will use it well.
Perhaps. Yet, I mustn't let myself be weakened by overconfidence. Faith in my friends has lost me battles before, and I was left feeling betrayed. I want to consider every angle so nothing like that ever happens again. And by doing so, I will push Macedon toward freedom and peace.
That sounds more like the Red Dragoon I know. Unwavering as ever. I would love to learn from your strength. Might I train with you sometime? We can strengthen each other and push toward our shared goals, as friends.
It would be my honor. Now, shall we make our way to the War Council? We shouldn't miss our opportunity to help shape our future, right?
Right. That's the spirit. You're making a habit of saving me from dire situations, Lind. With magic as powerful as yours, I'm glad you're fighting on our side.
Of course. And I might have saved you that time. But the only reason the enemy can't get to me is because you're protecting me.
It's only natural to protect your allies. I think we work well together. To be honest, I wish I had the power to protect all our allies on my own. I'm not that strong, though. And I'm still inexperienced as the leader of an army.
You? Inexperienced? There's no way that's true. You've been so helpful, even from the first day we met. I owe you. I know you asked Merrick to look after me before. I was able to make friends with a fellow mage for the first time because of that.
I'm glad to hear it. Poor Merrick. He's probably worried sick right now.
Oh, he's definitely worried about you, Prince Marth. Whenever we were together, all he did was talk about you. The whole time. Prince Marth is so amazing. Prince Marth can do anything.
Oh, did he?
Merrick always enjoyed himself most when speaking of you and Princess Ellis.
Even for a childhood friend, that is kind of embarrassing. But when Merrick and I are together, he often speaks of you.
Really?
Yes. He says your magic is amazing, and that it is heartening to fight beside you. And that it would have been fun to study magic with you in Kadain.
He really said all that?
I'm sure he is just as worried for your safety as he is for mine.
You're probably right. And that's all the more reason for us to get back safely.
Indeed. You, me, all of us. We will return home safe and sound.
Yep. And I'm not trying to copy Merrick here, but I also believe that you can do anything, Prince Marth. Please allow me to keep fighting with you. I will do all I can to protect you.
Thank you, Lind. I rely on you just as much as Merrick does, you know.
What a nice thing for you to say. I'm so deeply grateful.
You are an invaluable friend to me. I am happy to have you with us.
I'm happy to be here. You can count on me anytime, Prince Marth. Hello, Anna. You've always worked in this world, right?
Yep. Gotta earn that coin. Why do you ask?
It's just odd that people from other worlds seem to already know you.
They just have me confused with Annas from their own worlds. You probably had one in your world, too. Maybe working at a shop? Or an inn?
Maybe. I don't recall seeing anyone like you.
Wait a minute. Does that mean I'm the first Anna you've ever met?
I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but I think so?
It can't be. But surely you've met my sisters in this world, right?
Sisters? I've seen you around, all around this world, but that wasn't you? Not a single time?
That's right. Not a single one. Are you friends with any of my sisters?
Well, no. We never really got to talking.
So that means I'll be the first Anna you're friends with.
I guess? This is all very confusing, Anna.
No, it's exciting. I never get to experience this.
Experience what?
Everyone always makes friends with my sisters first and then realizes I'm me. I've always been the umpteenth Anna anyone's ever met. I never thought I'd get to be someone's first Anna.
Wait, what's wrong? Are you crying?
I'm so happy. For the first time in my life, I feel like someone sees me as myself.
That's not true, Anna. We all know you're you. We could really use an Anna in Zofia. There aren't too many shops like yours in my home kingdom.
Zofia, huh?
What is it?
Once we settle the problems in this world, I'll come to Zofia.
What? I'd be more than glad to have you, but is that even possible?
I'll have to work out the details, but I'll find a way there. Zofia sounds like a land of pure profit, seeing as there's no competition. If I bring items from this world, I can sell them as rare items at a huge markup.
That is some business sense. I'm sure your shop would really thrive.
But I give you a special discount, of course. I'm your first Anna, so you deserve extra special treatment.
Oh, Anna, thank you. When you get there, I'll be glad to help out.
Someday, this will be reality, and I'll make both of us rich.
I must say, Anna, I was relieved when I saw you here.
Hey, always glad to help. But what did I do this time?
You were the only one I recognized when I first arrived here. I know we weren't all that close in our world, but...
Oh, sorry, Lynn. I guess I should have told you this earlier. The Anna in your world is a different Anna.
But you look exactly alike, and you're both named Anna.
Sure, but there's her and there's me, and we're different people.
That makes no sense. You're Anna. I know what Anna looks like. You're not from Badon?
Sorry, never heard of the place.
It's a port town. An Anna who looks just like you works at the inn. We didn't talk often, but I remember she was dating a pirate.
An Anna with a steady job and a steady boyfriend? Huh, that's impressive.
Now that I think about it, I feel like I've seen you all over. At an arena, a shop.
Those must be other Annas. We're kind of all over the place. Even in this world, you can't swing a sword without hitting an Anna.
How did I never notice this?
We're identical, so it's hard for people to tell us apart. Happens all the time.
Huh. I thought there was something funny going on.
As a representative of all Annas from all worlds, I apologize for the confusion.
It's okay. I guess I shouldn't have assumed you're all the same person. Besides, whatever the other Annas are like, I know you're a trusted ally.
Aw, shucks. You really think so?
Yeah, you're the only one I'd call a friend. We've had each other's backs out on the battlefield all this time, right? I may work with other Annas from time to time, but you're unique.
You know how to make a gal smile. For the first time, I feel like someone sees the real me. We've turned into a pretty close team, haven't we? I've never had a friend quite like you. I'll cherish this forever, Lynn.
I'm glad you feel that way. So let's rely on each other out there, okay?
Together, we'll give our enemies a grade A butt-kicking, free of charge. What are you working on there, Oboro? Looks like a yukata.
That's right. I found some lovely fabric. It's coming along, don't you think?
Is that fabric from this world? I could get you some Hoshiden cloth if you need it.
How's that old expression go? There's more than one way to make a yukata. Traditional Hoshiden patterns are timeless, but this material gives it a twist.
Wow, you really know your stuff.
I made a few other things too. See? Some sashes and a few accessories.
Hey, these are really cute and so colorful. Say, what would you think of me buying some of these from you? I'd love to sell them in my shop.
You want to sell my stuff? But I just make these things as a hobby.
Hobby or not, look at that craftsmanship. These would fly right out of my shop. And since it's made of local fabric, they'll feel familiar to people.
Well, it's really great to hear. And I'd like to help you out, but...
What are you worried about?
Well, Yukata must be worn a certain way. Someone will need to teach people. And once I return to my world, I won't be able to keep you stocked.
You have a point. That's a lot to chew on. But I can't just let this golden opportunity pass me by. Hey, could you teach me how to tailor and wear a yukata?
I could, but I use a Hoshidan sewing method. It can be pretty tricky.
I'm a quick study. Just watch. I'll prove I can make yukata as nice as yours.
I know you're handy, but I think this may be a bit much even for you.
I'm sure you could teach me. You just need to believe in yourself.
Hey, this isn't about me believing. But if you're that determined, I'll do it.
All right. So, how much are we talking for the lesson here? What do you charge?
A businesswoman through and through. This class is on the house.
Are you sure? I'm basically asking you to give me your talent.
Like I said, it's just a hobby. Besides, friends learn from each other, right?
Then I'll make it my goal to spread your designs all over this world. Tales of the Master Tailor Oboro will reach far and wide. Believe me, when people hear yukata, they'll think Oboro.
Aren't you taking this a bit far? I mean, I'm glad you're excited. Why don't you just help me finish up this yukata for now? I'll show you what to do. And once it's finished, it's yours. So take good care of it when I'm gone.
Thanks. This means so much to me, I won't even sell it.
Tiki, I just finished baking some sweets. Do you want to eat them together?
Really? Yeah, let's eat. Thanks, Cedar.
You're welcome. Here, help yourself.
Oh boy!
Don't try to eat them all at once, Tiki. Your mouth can only hold so many.
They're so sweet and tasty.
Wow, you devoured the whole batch. I guess you liked them.
They were okay. Just kidding. You're a great cook, Cedar. I wish you were my older sister.
Oh, really? What a flattering thing to say.
You for an older sister, and Mama for an older brother. You're both so special to me. You're practically family already.
Thanks, Tiki. You're very important to me, too. Having you around does make it feel like I have a little sister.
Well, in that case, can I give my big sis a big hug?
Of course. Come on over.
Yay! Big sister Cedar.
Oh, Tiki, you really are amazing.
Huh?
To think that one as sweet as you hides the power of a dragon within. You're truly valuable to Marth in battle. To be honest, I'm a little jealous.
Well, I'm glad to hear that Mama thinks I'm so helpful. But I'm pretty jealous of you too, you know.
And why is that?
You've been fighting alongside Mama for a long time now. He really relies on you. You've become so important to him. You two have a very special relationship.
It makes me happy to hear you think so. But whether it's me and Marth or me and you, they're both special relationships.
Really? Yay! If it's for my big sis and bro, I'll fight with everything I've got.
Thank you, Tiki. Just make sure you don't overdo it. Marth and I would be very worried if you got hurt. When you're in your human form, you can count on me to look out for you.
Thank you, Cedar. Now, can I have another hug?
You can have as many as you want. Ouch!
Is your foot still troubling you?
A bit, but it's nothing serious. I can still walk. See? Ow, ouch!
Don't be silly. Sit down, be still, and let me heal you. There. That should take care of the pain, but you should stay off it for a while.
I'm sorry, but I can't afford to. Whenever Marth and the others charge into battle, I must be there with them.
You ask too much of yourself. Your foot will never heal properly if ignored.
Oh, it's fine. I ride a Pegasus after all. I don't need my feet to fight.
You're so stubborn when it comes to Marth. Isn't there something you can do for him without putting yourself at risk? You could be a messenger, for instance, or supervise our defensive position.
Both of those are important, it's true. But they're not for me. I want to be right there with him, helping him in every way that I can. If that makes me selfish, I apologize.
You have nothing to apologize for. I know the feeling very well.
Who is it in your case? Where are they?
Oh, he's not with me right now. His name is Alm. I couldn't abide by his decision to forge ahead in battle. There's nothing I can do now but pray to my goddess for his safety. If only I had chosen to support him in person, as you do.
That choice must eat at you. Still, I'm sure that someday you'll get your wish.
Yes, that is my aim, should we meet again in my world. We lived together briefly when I was younger. Those were the days. I was capable of anything when he was at my side.
It's the same for me and Marth. I hope you're reunited with Alm again soon, Celica.
Thank you. So do I. Sita, if you feel you must be at the front with Marth, I'll support you.
Aw, that's very kind of you.
Thinking back on my own past has helped me understand how you feel. I promise to help you look after Marth as your injuries heal. It's the least I could do for a friend.
Thank you, Celica. I consider you a friend as well. If I have your support, then you have mine too. Niles! That was an intense battle. Did you sustain any injuries?
No, I'm fine. And I'm relieved to see that you are unscathed as well. I'd hate to see a specimen like you damaged in any way.
Well, I appreciate your concern. I do try to take care of myself. Is something amiss?
Yes. No matter what I say, you seem perpetually unfazed. Have I lost my touch, or are you simply impervious to my charms?
You do use some flavorful language, but I hear your true meaning. I appreciate your compliments and concerns in any form they're delivered.
I see. The truth is, I delight in shaming and embarrassing people. But you don't turn red, you cheerfully express gratitude.
Niles, I've never seen you so stricken before.
Is it possible that a person could be so genuine and pure? Is this inner beauty? Let's test it. Sita, allow me to tell you all of my darkest, dirtiest secrets.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't have time for that right now.
Ah, a glimpse of unkindness. Sadly, your utter nonchalance has completely disarmed me.
You know, you can just talk to me like a normal person if you want. Or you can continue to use flavorful language if you must. Just be yourself.
It's just that you're so lovely with such a trusting face. I thought it would be child's play to make your cheeks color with shame. But alas, you're tougher than aged leather. I thought you were a princess.
Well, I am a princess. Maybe princesses are tougher than you think. We do have to put up with a lot.
You know, I never thought about it like that. Here I was thinking I could torture you to my heart's content. But I suppose I'll have to go back to the drawing board to get a reaction.
Well, what did you have in mind?
Let me see. Shall I ask you directly? Let us shed the veils of decency and lay our hearts bare in conversation.
So, you're saying you want to talk? Sure, that's fine with me. I mean, I suppose it still sounded a bit naughty, but I get your meaning.
Well played, Sita. Well played.
That was a close call back there, Navarre. With the archer? Thank goodness you showed up when you did.
It was mere coincidence.
Yes, well, it's nice to know you have my back.
I was simply doing my job. I'm nothing like that bodyguard of yours.
That's true. Agma is a pretty fierce protector. But with him gone, I'm relieved to have you around.
I'm not here to defend you.
Right, but you're strong enough to be one if you want it. You might just be the reason we all get back to our world in one piece.
You could say the same about Prince Marth. Or any of our comrades, really. Get one of them to protect you.
Of course, they're all very dependable. But in my opinion, they simply don't measure up to your level of skill. Don't look at me like that. All I'm saying is that I rely on you. Is that really so terrible?
You can do whatever you wish. Just don't expect me to be at your beck and call.
Clearly, I've hit a nerve, but can I just tell you how I see it? There's a reason we were called here, to this world. I'm not sure what it is yet, but we all have our roles to play.
Oh?
My role is to support Marth. And yours? Yours is to protect the people around you. That's just who you are, Navarre. It's who you've always been.
I don't know what you're talking about. I fight and I win. Those are the only two roles I care about.
Believe what you want, as long as you help us get home.
Of course. We have another war waiting for us, after all.
True. And I'll be relying on you on that battlefield as well.
What's Tiki doing napping without a blanket? She'll catch a cold. She looks so innocent when she sleeps, just like a normal little girl. I can't believe such terrible power resides in such a small body.
Are you scared of me, Celica?
Tiki, you're awake.
Does Dragon Tiki scare you? It's okay if you want me to keep my distance.
No, I don't want that. It's not that I think you're scary. I was just thinking how strange it is that you can become so powerful.
But it's not strange at all. All Manakeets can turn into dragons.
It may be normal for you, Tiki, but there are no Manakeets where I'm from.
No? That's too bad. What's your world like, anyway? I'd love to hear all about it.
Well, I'm from a land called Valentia. It's a continent that was formed by the sibling gods Duma and Milla.
Whoa, sibling gods. I hope they got along.
Actually, they didn't. They fought often. Duma thought power was everything, but Milla just wanted to live with nature. Ultimately, they couldn't reconcile, so they split Valentia in half. So two countries came to be. The Regalian Empire, protected by Duma, and the Kingdom of Zofia, protected by Milla. That was my kingdom. The people of Zofia deemed Milla the Earth Mother.
Oh, that sounds sweet. But why?
Because she protects the land like a mother. She's actually a bit like you.
That doesn't sound like me. What do you mean?
Well, on the one hand, she's sweet and gentle. She blesses the land and people. But she also possesses tremendous power, just like you.
I don't know, Celica. I think you're more like Mila than I am.
What makes you say that?
You're kind and strong, like a mother. It's what I like most about you. I'd love to see your home kingdom someday.
Well then, by all means. You have an open invitation to Valentia. I'll show you all the sights, and we'll go to the Temple of Milla.
Yay! I love sightseeing.
And I love talking about Zofia, so I can't wait to show you around.
Hey, Lynn. What are you looking up at the sky for? Is someone coming?
No, I was just thinking about the planes.
Oh, do you want to ride? I can take you there, no problem.
Thanks, but I doubt even you could fly that far. I was thinking of the plains where I grew up, back in my home world.
Oh, yeah. I can't fly you all the way there. Sorry.
It was sweet of you to have offered. You're very generous.
Aw, thanks. Coming from you, that means a lot.
Pardon my asking, but you're a Manakeet, right? We have dragonkind in my world too, but they're a little different.
You have Manakeets too? I wonder if we're related. What are they like?
I only know two of them, a brother and sister named Nils and Ninian. They could transform into ice dragons and do a few other things too. I owe them both a great debt. They helped me out of a lot of tight spots.
Did they use dragon stones to transform? 'Cause I need a dragon stone to transform, you know.
I believe they did. Nils mentioned that once, I think. Maybe you really are related.
That would be so cool. I wish I could meet them somehow. I mean, I have friends here, but I don't know any other Manakeets. And we live for so long, it can get lonely after a while.
I hadn't thought about that. You'll outlive all of your human friends. I can see why you'd want a friend who will live as long as you. Maybe I can figure out some way to introduce you.
Yay! I'll do anything to meet more Manakets.
What we need is a way for you to come visit my world.
I'd be really excited to see you too, Lynn. Maybe I could even use my Manakete power to help you somehow.
You've already been a big help, Tiki.
It's nothing. I'd do anything for you, and I bet you'd do the same for me.
You've got that right. Thanks for being my friend.
Hi, Minerva. I heard you don't like to fight girls. Is that true?
Who told you that? Sita.
So, I'm a girl, but what about my dragon form? Could you fight Dragon Tiki?
Ridiculous.
But I'm curious. If Dragon Tiki attacked, what would you do?
Unimportant. I only fight strong opponents.
So you'd fight me because I'm super strong as a dragon.
You, strong. You're just a child. A rather conceited child. I have faced death time and time again, but never succumbed to his cold grasp. You have no such experience. Even as a dragon, you'd be no match.
Ugh, I don't really want to fight, but you're making me angry.
Just forget about it, Tiki.
I can't, I won't. You and me right here, right now.
Unbelievable. You're one of Prince Marth's dearest friends. I will not raise my blade to you.
I'm Mama's friend, but you don't consider me your friend too. But since you're Mama's friend, and I'm Mama's friend, that means you and I should be friends too.
That's not how it works, but believe what you want.
Yay! I'm so glad to be one of your dear friends, Nana.
I'm leaving.
Hey, wait! If we're friends, we should spar together. Going against you is bound to make me even stronger.
You still wish to fight?
When I'm a grown-up dragon, I'll be strong enough to beat even you.
I'll believe it when I see it. I don't fight weak opponents, even if it's for play.
I'm not weak, and I'll get even stronger, Nana. When I'm fully grown, your little sword won't even scratch me. And it would be super easy to crush you with my dragon claws.
Truly? You're not yet at full strength? If that's the case, fine. I will fight you.
Really? Yay! Okay, let's go.
Not right now, Tiki. How long until you're fully grown?
Oh, like 1,000 years? Maybe 2?
Very well. We shall fight when that time comes. If I am still alive, of course.
Hey, Salika. I notice you still seem a little shy around me. Why is that?
I do? Oh, pardon me then. I don't mean to come across that way.
I saw you were bored, but you didn't call me over. I wanted to say I wouldn't mind.
That's kind of you, but I wouldn't want to be a bother.
Isn't that what friends are for? Though maybe a princess isn't used to that.
Oh no, I had many friends in my village and at the priory. Besides, a princess I may be, but you are nobility yourself, aren't you, Lindis?
By blood, maybe. But I grew up on the plains. Lady never sat right with me.
I too spent most of my life outside of a castle. The priory was my home.
Huh, I didn't know that. I guess we're not so different then.
But you were raised not knowing that you were of noble blood, right? Whereas I knew from the start.
And you still didn't go back home?
It would have meant my life. I only left the castle with another's aid. Afterward, there was a coup. All royals besides me were put to death. That's what being royalty has meant for me. A princess's reward for surviving an assassination is nothing but open war.
I can sympathize, believe it or not. My family were also slaughtered. But once I found out about my heritage, things improved. I met my grandfather, and I made a lot of friends. All in all, my life hasn't been so bad. Surely you have someone to live for, too.
Yes. Yes, I suppose I do.
Just think, if you hadn't been born a princess, you might never have met them. So don't be too quick to diminish your bloodline.
You're right.
Whether I'm a noble or just plainsfolk, family is family. The important thing is what you can do for the people who matter.
Thank you, Lindis. I see now that I was being a tad selfish, and that self-pity may have brought grief to those important to me. I should have seen the proper behavior from the start. I vow to accept what I am, and to consider what I can do for those I love. I would include you among them, Lindis.
Hey, the feeling's mutual. I already feel like we're fast friends. And friends don't worry about bothering each other when they're bored.
Point taken. Thank you, Lindis.
Navarre, today's the day I get a straight answer out of you.
I've made myself clear. Don't disturb me during training.
Sure, but you're always either training or wandering off. There's no in between. Anyway, you're a plains boy, right?
I couldn't say. I forgot.
I could swear there's a strange wind to your soul. It marks you as different.
You're deluded.
That's what you say every time. We fought so many battles together, you'd think you could open up a little.
I do have some feelings to share. On how you use your blade. Like me, you've honed your skill in order to become undefeatable. Yes or no?
No, not at all. At least, I don't think so. Whatever skill I've learned is in the service of my grandfather and my friends.
Another delusion. Your blade is soaked in death. Yet you paper over that fact with fine words about your intentions. It's a farce.
Well then, if we're laying it all out, you're just as guilty of hiding your motives.
Oh?
There's more than one reason you swing that sword. And sometimes the reasons you find are stronger than the reasons you start with. Maybe to begin with, you were just out to prove you're a tough guy. But things have changed. You're making a difference every time you swing. You can thank Marth and Sita for that. Ever since you threw in with them, your blade has meant something new.
A mere side effect of the death ideal.
Say what you like, but I notice you're not denying that what you do helps people. Which means you do put your skills to a use other than plain killing.
Lynn, you are trying to read something where there is nothing. Stop.
Am I wrong, though? Anyone who sees you fight would agree with me.
If it's a matter of intentions, why don't we let our blades speak for us?
Huh. That's not the answer I was expecting from you.
Are you afraid?
Don't flatter yourself. I'm game. There's no dodging questions in a test of skill. If it's the only way to get my answer, sure. I'll go sword to sword with you.
Then let us close our mouths and unsheath our blades.
Azura, something's been bothering me. I sense such power when you sing that song of yours. It reminds me of a curse. It's both beautiful and ominous, and I can tell it drains you each time.
You're very observant, Tharja. I'm impressed.
Why do you put yourself in such danger just to sing a song?
It's not just a song. It's how I support those I care for. Well, one in particular.
I guess we have more in common than our curses. I, too, have someone I care for. Enough to lay down my life if I must.
I had a feeling you would be able to relate.
Of course. I'm at my best when I can support the one I hold dearest. Why, if the enemy were to even look at Robin, I would curse them to oblivion. And if he was hurt, I would create a brand new healing hex just for him.
Oh, I had no idea hexes could be used for healing. Can you teach me? If I knew some magic, perhaps I could help Corin without relying on my song.
I'm always glad to introduce another soul to my dark arts, but those as kind-hearted as yourself often simply aren't cut out for it.
In other words, I lack the constitution for casting hexes? What a shame.
But I don't rely solely on magic to protect my Robin.
What do you mean?
I help him any way I can. I prepare his meals. I watch him while he sleeps. I look after him day and night. If he so much as catches a cold, I obliterate it.
You're so vigilant even outside of battle. Maybe I could do more for Corin, too. I've been so focused on helping her, even at the cost of my own well-being. But putting myself in danger is reckless. And I can't help anyone if I'm hurt. Thank you, Tharja. It was right before my eyes, but you helped me see it clearly.
Oh, I was just bragging about my devotion to Robin, but, you're welcome. Anyway, I should be going. I need to gather mushrooms for a new hex.
You're going right now? Please, allow me to help.
Really? Tromping through damp caves also requires a certain constitution.
I'll be fine if you're with me. After all, we do have more in common than our curses. Maybe you can still teach me how to care for those I love without harming myself. Besides, I care for you as well. So maybe I'll begin looking after you day and night.
If you think you can handle it.
Then it's settled. What kind of spell are you putting together anyway?
Actually, it's for a counter curse. Think of it as a protection against curses. A dark mage such as myself normally has no use for it. But I thought you may.
You're making it to protect me? I don't know what to say, Tharja. Thank you.
You're quite welcome. Anything to make continuing to look after you easier.
You are the ocean's gray waves.
What an enchanting voice. I don't think I could ever get tired of listening to it.
Oh, Olivia! You startled me. Were you listening to me singing?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to intrude. Your song is just so lovely. I couldn't help it.
It's an honor to get such praise from someone as talented as you, Olivia. Aren't you quite the singer yourself? Do you think you could sing for me?
Oh no! I'd be much too embarrassed. Your voice is so much more beautiful than mine. I couldn't possibly.
Oh, well, if you really don't want to.
What if you sing and I dance to your song? How about that?
Really? You do that? Oh, that sounds wonderful. Your dancing is so lovely.
It's really no big deal.
Don't be so modest. Now, I'll start and you jump in whenever. You are the ocean's gray waves, destined to see. Oh, when did it get so late?
The sun's already getting low. I guess we were so caught up we didn't notice.
It's okay. I didn't draw any chores today. Besides, I got to hear you sing a little.
You heard? I tried to be quiet. I just couldn't help singing along a little.
You should be proud, Olivia. Your voice is crystal clear, like still water. I love it.
You're too kind. But coming from you, that definitely boosts my confidence. Wait, now that I think about it, you started dancing a little too, right? Your movements flowed so well. Let's see. I think it went like this.
Olivia, that's incredible. You copied my dance after barely glimpsing it. Would you like to try dancing together? It might be fun to dance in unison.
Together? You mean both of us? At once? Oh, how could I turn this chance down? Of course I'll dance with you, Azura.
Then it's settled. I'll have to start practicing so I can keep up with you.
Oh dear, I'm so flattered. My cheeks must be bright red. Having sung and danced with you, I feel even more awed by you. But at the same time, I feel like we've become much closer.
It isn't just you. I feel the same way. That's the power of song and dance. It was a real joy to share the day with you like this. I had a lot of fun.
I had a great time too. It was so good. I almost wanted to last forever.
Then we should definitely do this again sometime.
Of course. I'd love to.
Then it's a promise. I look forward to it, Olivia.
This bit goes here, and then... it's all undone. How in the world?
Looks like this little miss is in distress. Do you not know how to fasten a cloak?
Niles? Where did you... I do too know how to fasten a cloak. It's these damned Atolesian cloaks. They're different from ones in my world.
Oh, of course. It definitely isn't that you haven't got your servants here to help.
I did have people take care of me in the palace, it's true. But that...
No buts. I can't stand spoiled brats with no understanding of hardship. You're the daughter of that famous pontifex, right? You must be so proud.
It's only natural to feel pride in one's parents. Are you saying you don't?
Do you mean the father who left before I was born? Or the mother who left after? I suppose I could find something to admire in a well-executed escape plan.
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you'd lost your family. You've been alone longer than I have.
Alone? How do you mean?
Well, without your parents. I know that I was filled with joy as a child, but Garneth killed my father and turned my world upside down. I couldn't stop him.
Oh.
I tried, of course, but I was no match for him. It took all I had just to escape. I lost my home, my family, my friends, everything. It was hard. I dressed as a man to conceal myself. The things I did to stay hidden. So, I know perfectly well how to fasten a cloak, okay?
I get it. I suppose I should take back what I said earlier.
You know, I may have misjudged you too. You're not all sass and belittling people. You can understand the pain that others feel, even if you hide it.
No, I just can't live with having made a mistake and not correcting it.
Well, if you insist, we can leave it at that.
What's so funny?
Oh, it's not that it's funny. It's just... I suppose when I see you in battle, I feel this desire to protect you. Even though I didn't know, I think it's because we've both lost our parents.
Huh. Then I guess my instinct to protect you wasn't misguided either.
What do you mean?
You aren't some delicate flower who has never known suffering. You've beaten it. To make up for the horrible things I said, I'll protect you on the battlefield.
Then I'll use my magic to keep you safe as well, Niles. We'll be unstoppable.
Let's not get carried away. So to summarize, you and Lucina are cousins from the future?
We are companions who have overcome time itself, bound by shared sanguine.
Let me stop you right there. There's something else I want to ask. You see, Lord Leo gave me a new sword, and I'm considering giving it a name.
To name a blade is a sacred task. Allow me, I beg of you. I shall concoct a name that will quake your heart and give it wings to soar.
I knew it. The resemblance is uncanny.
It's from Prince Leo, so only a dark name will do. And it's a sword, so... Abyss! No. Gloom? Yes, the Nightmare Sword of Gloom!
Actually, forget I asked. Don't worry about naming it.
What? You wound me to tease me so.
My colleague, Lord Leo's other retainer, loves thinking up names too. And I just remembered that Lord Leo prefers his names to all others.
'Tis a shame. Perhaps you'll recommend the Nightmare Sword of Gloom to him?
He didn't take the bait. And it doesn't look like he's hiding anything. Sure, I'll pitch it. Can't promise he'll take it, though.
My thanks, Niles.
Look, I'm not one to beat around the bush. I'm going to ask you outright.
There's something you wish to ask me, to show such interest. Can it be? Tell me, Niles, are you also a ward of darkness? Do you hide your true power?
Cut the theatrics, Owain.
Right, consider them cut.
Just answer one question. Can you use magic?
Well, I'm not unable to use it, but I'm devoted fully to the sword.
I see. I asked because the colleague I mentioned earlier, Odin. You look just like him, but he's a mage, and you're a swordsman.
Oh, you suspect a doppelganger! Would that it were true! It's so exciting! But Odin, huh? A name that goes hand in hand with the darkness. Oh, just superb.
Well, you don't seem to be lying. Nevertheless, until I'm sure you are who you say you are, I'll keep my eye on you.
Brilliant turn of phrase, friend. But don't just shadow me. I always enjoy a chat. You are a talented fellow, and you understand the dark power of my words. Surely you agree we would be stalwart allies on the field of battle as well.
Every word from his mouth reminds me of Odin. Fine, I'll accompany you. But my priority will always be Lord Leo's safety.
If your priority is to protect Lord Leo, then so too shall it be mine. I've been searching for you, Scarlet Sword. It is I, the Dark Swordsman.
Why are you here?
I've longed for the chance to extinguish your flame with my abyssal darkness.
What are you talking about?
You need not hide from me, Scarlet Sword, for I know your true self. But let us speak not with words, and instead with the clashing of our blades!
One more syllable from you and I'll see that it's your last.
Better men than you have tried to silence my prose, but you'll... Huh? The bloodlust. My sword is... Wait! Attend me, my blade! Heed your master!
This is embarrassing.
The secret of my dark blade? It houses the power of gods of old. Its power is so immense, no mere mortal can fully control it. It refuses to fight. Would that I could shred you to ribbons, but my blade simply will not allow it.
Your sword is fine. The only question is, will you die with it drawn or sheathed?
Yikes. It looks like Navarre's bloodlust might be the real deal. I think I'm in over my head.
If you won't make the first move, I will.
Whoa, hey, wait, okay, just hear me out. The whole thing about Owain, Dark Swordsman, it was just a show, see? Okay, so I'll just be on my way.
Wait.
Yes, sir.
Draw your sword. Prepare to die.
You're serious? Okay, let's go. That was a close one. Oh, I'm done for.
You're a fool, Owain, but a powerful one. Stop wasting your time and hone your skills. Next time, I won't be holding back.
Huh? I mean, I see you finally realize my true power. You're pretty good yourself, Scarlet Sword. But next time, I won't pull... Just kidding. No need to draw that sword.
That's it. I'm killing you anyway.
No! I'm sorry! I'll stop bothering you!
I don't mean to bother you, Lind, but are you okay? You seem lost in thought.
Oh, hello, Princess Minerva. I was just thinking about Princess Nina.
Princess Nina of Arcanea? I suppose you used to live in the Arcanean Palace, didn't you?
Yes, my father, Maloa, served as Pontifex in the royal palace. But when Dolar invaded, the palace was torn apart.
The royal family and everyone living there was either captured or killed, right?
Yes, except for Princess Nina.
That any of the royal family survived suggests to me they're not to be trusted, thinking only of protecting themselves. Perhaps they got what they deserved.
Princess Nina isn't like that. She's kind and strong. She's a good person. She's the only one that gives the citizens of Arcanea any hope.
Hope, And you believe she's worthy of that hope?
Yes.
She's been through so much, but she still looks to the future with optimism. She's the reason I decided to join the fight against Dolar in the first place.
I see. If you defend her so fervently, then perhaps I'm wrong about her.
Oh, I didn't expect you to give up your position so easily, Minerva.
Being here has softened me. In truth, until recently, I'd been avoiding you.
Because I'm Archanean?
Yes. From where I stand, Archanea is at war with Macedon. I thought perhaps you might hate me for that very reason, but I've come to understand I was mistaken.
And I was mistaken about you too, Princess Minerva. Since Macedon aligned with Dolar, my view of your people had diminished.
So it is during war.
But you did say you would reconsider your thoughts on Princess Nina. So perhaps it is possible for our peoples to overcome their differences.
It's hard to imagine now, but the idea is nice. The sooner the better. Why don't we work together to build a future in which we're free from Dolar? If we can get along, I'm sure Macedon and Archanea will be able to.
Yes, I'm sure we'll be able to reach that point eventually. Until then, I'll work to bring peace to the continent from Princess Nina's side.
Princess Nina must be relieved to have such a gifted mage behind her. We may have a long road ahead of us, but we'll make it. Right, Lind?
Yes. Now, let's take the fight to our enemies, together!
Minerva, I wanted to thank you for saving me out on the battlefield.
No need to thank me, Olivia. Helping allies in battle is a matter of course. And to be honest, it was nice to have a front row seat for your dance.
Huh? You were watching me dance?
Yes. Dance is a new experience for me. That is, I don't know much about dancing myself.
Oh, really? I would have thought that, as a princess, you'd have had lessons at some point.
I was born in a military nation. Performing arts were considered beneath us royals. From birth, all my brother and I cared about was our martial training.
I've traveled to kingdoms like that before, so I have some idea what you mean.
Frankly, I grew up thinking dancing was mere folly, so I avoided it at all costs. But my perspective has shifted. Your dancing changed my mind.
My dancing?
Yes. There's such energy and courage flowing through your movements. I didn't know that a dance could be so powerful, so overwhelming.
Yes, dance has the power to fill an audience with spirit and determination.
And that power is amplified when the dancer is someone as beautiful as you.
Oh, Minerva, you're embarrassing me. But if someone who's never known dance can have their eyes open to it, well, there's nothing that can make a dancer like me any happier. Maybe I got a little overexcited there. So embarrassing.
Have you considered channeling that excitement into teaching dance? There must be others out there who, like me, have never known its power.
You're right. I could spread my love of dance to the rest of the world. Would you help me, Minerva? Would you dance with me?
Me? Dance?
Seeing you soar and glide as gracefully as in battle, oh, I'm already giddy.
But surely someone as brusque and unrefined as myself couldn't possibly...
And just think how much it would boost morale on the battlefield.
It may be worth trying if I'm able to inspire the same energy and courage. I won't have much free time to practice dancing while this war is on, but once the fighting is over, I may be able to give it a try then.
Yay! And when that time comes, may I practice with you? I just really want to see what it's like when you dance.
Olivia, you're embarrassing me now. But you'll be the first to know.
Oh, are you cooking something, Tharja? What kind of seasoning is that?
Salamander skin.
Ugh! Do you really eat that in the world you're from?
No. It's for a ritual I'm working on. The black snakes and bats are for it too.
Not food, then. Thank goodness. But what does it do in a ritual?
Depends. There are curses to cause incredible pain to the target. I could take complete control of the victim. And I guess it can cure disease.
Oh, wow! What about bringing someone back from the dead?
Death is not a disease. Why do you ask that?
I want to see my father again. There is still so much I could learn. I inherited this tome aura from him, but it's nothing compared to all he knew.
Now that you mention it, I do sense a spirit radiating from that tome. It isn't cursed, is it?
What? My father would never use dark magic.
Dark magic is often misunderstood. It can reflect your darkest thoughts, but it also reflects the good ones.
Maybe you're sensing the restriction on the tome. Father feared it would fall into the wrong hands, so only women can use it.
A restriction on the wielder? That is certainly something dark magic can do. However, I sense strong emotions from the previous user too.
My father.
I can't be sure, but maybe it isn't that the tome can only be used by women. Lind, this tome is filled to the brim with a desire to keep you safe from harm.
Really? It makes me happy to hear that, Tharja. Knowing some part of him is with me helps me miss him less. Even if we'll never see each other again, I'll always carry him by my side with this.
A lingering embrace, one that supersedes even death. That has a nice ring to it. I think I could accomplish such a thing using dark magic too. Then my love and I. Oh.
Tharja? Hello?
Thank you, Lind. You've given me an idea for a new spell.
Okay. I'm not really sure what you mean, but I should be the one thanking you. Now I know that my father's love is present in this tome. That means he'll be with me on the day I finally avenge his murder.
With that tome in hand, I'm sure nothing can stop you. But, if you don't mind, could I come by sometime and take another look at it? I think it could help me with some research I'm doing.
Of course. You're welcome to it anytime, Tharja. I'll be happy to show it to you.
Thank you, Lind. I have a feeling you and I are going to be very good friends.
Tharja, I've been meaning to say, your outfit is quite eye-catching.
What brings this up so suddenly?
I'd just never taken a good look before, but...
This is traditional Plegian dark mage garb. It's functional.
I don't mean to offend you. It's just, you always grab the spotlight and...
I could say the same of you. Our outfits aren't so different, you know.
What do you mean? Mine is a completely different style. They are made from a similar material, but mine is a lot brighter than yours.
And far more demanding of the spotlight. Funny, for one so timid.
What? What do you mean? I'm not trying to grab the spotlight.
Well, you could have fooled me. Surely you must feel all eyes stuck to you.
Oh, stop it, Tharja. You're embarrassing me.
I just hope you don't get distracted by all the staring.
I didn't know people were staring. Oh, I need to find a new outfit. But dancing in these clothes is so easy. Oh, what should I do? Okay, I've got it. Starting tomorrow, I'll just wear a big, thick coat, and then...
Perhaps I've gone too far. Calm down, Olivia. I was only teasing.
Huh? What do you mean?
Your clothes are perfectly suitable for a dancer, as mine are for a Plegian.
You mean, you were kidding about people staring at me in battle?
Oh no, they're staring for sure. Staring, tripping over things, dropping weapons. But letting other people's opinions bother you so much is foolish.
I guess you're right. It feels good to dance in this. And you like your clothes.
Exactly. It's our battle gear. Like Frederick with his bulky armor. And tie.
You're actually a pretty nice person, aren't you, Tharja?
No.
But thanks to you, I feel a little more confident. Like I can dance better.
Gods, you're impressionable. Someone needs to keep an eye on you.
Huh? What do you...
Okay, I'll do it. I'll watch over you, Olivia. But in exchange, you have to spend some more time chatting with me.
You just want to chat?
There's something about you. You're honest. You may help me be better.
Oh, yes. In that case, I would love to chat with you some more. It'll be so nice for us to get to know each other. I can't wait to learn all about you.
I may have just cursed myself.